I wish I hadn't worked late that night. The extra hours weren't worth it. Now I can't sleep without checking my closet and under my bed, like some scared kid. I keep the lights on. I jump at every creak and groan in my apartment. But I need to write this down to tell someone what happened 3 nights ago at the Riverside Corporate Center on 42nd Street. I'm Doug Mitchell, senior accountant at Warren & Brooks Financial. That Tuesday night, I stayed late finishing the quarterly reports. Everyone else had gone home hours ago. The cleaning crew had already finished their rounds. The whole floor was dead quiet except for my keyboard clicking and the hum of the fluorescent lights. At 11:47 p.m., I finally hit save on the last spreadsheet. My back hurt from hunching over the desk for hours. I needed to stretch. Standing up, I could see my reflection in the dark window. Tired eyes, wrinkled white shirt, loosened tie. 45 years old and still pulling all-nighters like some fresh graduate. I packed up my laptop, grabbed my jacket, and headed for the elevator. Our offices were on the 14th floor. The hallway fluorescents were dimmed for the night shift, casting weird shadows. My footsteps echoed on the marble floor. The elevator dinged right away when I pressed the call button. Empty. Thank God. I just wanted to get home. I stepped in, hit L for lobby, and leaned against the back wall. The doors closed with their usual soft whoosh. The display showed the floors counting down. 14, 13, 12, 11. Then it stopped at 7. I didn't press 7. Nobody was waiting there. It was almost midnight. The building was empty, but the elevator just sat there for 10 seconds. 20 seconds. I pushed L again. Nothing happened. Great. Stuck in an elevator at midnight. I reached for my phone to call security. The elevator dropped suddenly. My stomach lurched. The display flashed random numbers. 23, 4, 15, 9. It stopped hard enough to make me stumble. The display showed 1. That was wrong. The building only had 1 basement level, marked as B on the elevator panel. There was no 1. Before I could think about it more, the doors opened. I saw a large room, maybe 40 feet square, empty except for a thick layer of gray dust covering the concrete floor. The air smelled stale and cold like a tomb. Bare concrete walls, no windows. A single light fixture hung from the ceiling, giving off weak yellowish light that didn't reach the corners. I stood frozen in the elevator doorway. This room shouldn't exist. I knew the building's layout. I'd worked there for 12 years. Basement had parking and storage. No mysterious empty rooms. My first instinct was to hit close door. Nothing happened. I jabbed it again and again. Dead. All the buttons were dead. The dust on the floor was perfectly smooth except for 1 set of footprints leading from the elevator to the center of the room. They looked fresh. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Not even emergency service. Hello? My voice came out as a croak. I cleared my throat and tried again. Hello? Anyone here? The sound fell flat, like the room swallowed it. No echo. I had 2 choices. Stay in the elevator and wait for help, or check out the room. The elevator hadn't moved in 5 minutes. If it was broken, I could be stuck for hours before anyone found me. I took 1 step out. The dust was thick enough that my shoe left a clear print. Another step. The air felt wrong, heavy and cold. My breath made little clouds. Following the other footprints, I walked to the center of the room. They stopped abruptly, like whoever made them had vanished mid-stride. That's when I heard it, a soft scraping sound from the far corner. I spun around. Something moved in the shadows. A darker patch of darkness shifting. My heart slammed against my ribs. Sweat broke out on my forehead despite the cold. Who's there? My voice shook. The scraping got louder, closer, like something being dragged across concrete. I backed toward the elevator. My feet felt like lead. The shape in the corner grew larger, taller. The darkness seemed to gather and thicken. Run. Every instinct screamed at me to run. I turned and sprinted for the elevator. Behind me, the scraping turned into a wet, slithering sound. Fast, getting closer. I dove through the doors just as they started to close, landed hard on the elevator floor. The doors shut with a final sounding clang. Something heavy hit the other side. The whole elevator shook. Then silence. I lay there gasping, heart trying to break through my chest. The elevator hummed to life and started moving up. The display showed normal floor numbers again. B, 1, 2, 3. It let me out in the lobby. I ran past the startled night security guard and didn't stop until I reached my car. The next morning, I went straight to building management. They had no record of any sublevel below the basement. The building plans showed bedrock under the parking level. I convinced the maintenance supervisor to check the elevator logs. Nothing unusual showed up. No stop at 1, no mechanical problems. The camera footage just showed me entering the elevator on 14 and exiting in the lobby 4 minutes later. I requested a transfer to our downtown office the next day. Got approved this morning. I'm never setting foot in that building again. But here's the thing that keeps me awake at night. I checked my shoes before going to bed that night. They were covered in gray dust. And this morning, I found something else. Going through photos on my phone, I saw one I don't remember taking. It's completely black except for a date stamp. 11:52 p.m., the exact time I was in that room. When I zoom in, I can almost make out something in the darkness. A shape, reaching. I deleted it immediately, but sometimes when I close my eyes, I still see it. And I wonder, what if the elevator stops at 1 again? What if next time someone else steps out? What if they're not fast enough to get back in? I keep telling myself it wasn't real. Just stress and exhaustion playing tricks on my mind. But I know what I saw. I know what was in that room. And sometimes, late at night, I hear scraping sounds outside my bedroom door. The next morning, I couldn't focus at work. My hands shook every time I reached for my coffee mug. I kept seeing that shape in the corner, kept hearing that wet, sliding sound. Around noon, I worked up the courage to go back to the basement. Had to know if I'd imagined it all. The security guard gave me a weird look when I asked to check something in the parking level, but he waved me through. The basement was normal. Fluorescent lights, concrete pillars, rows of cars. Nothing strange or dark. I walked the entire perimeter, checking every corner, every storage room. No hidden doors, no mysterious elevators, just an ordinary parking garage. I was about to leave when I noticed something on one of the support pillars. Gray dust. The same color as the dust in that room. It formed a perfect handprint about 7 feet up the pillar, higher than any normal person could reach. My phone buzzed, making me jump. Text from my boss asking about those quarterly reports. I practically ran to the stairs. Didn't trust the elevators anymore. Back at my desk, I tried to work. Kept thinking about that handprint, about the thing in the corner, about the photo on my phone. I pulled up the building's history on my computer. Riverside Corporate Center, built in 1986 on the site of an old warehouse. Nothing unusual in the news archives. No accidents during construction, no mysterious disappearances. But then I found something. A small article from 1984, when they were excavating for the foundation. Workers hit an older structure 20 feet down, some kind of concrete room or bunker, not on any city plans. They sealed it up and poured the foundation over it. The article included a photo of the excavation site. Grainy black and white, but I could make out a large square room. Empty except for dust and a single light fixture hanging from the ceiling. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely use the mouse. I clicked through to the next page. The article mentioned one other detail. When they found the room, there was a set of footprints in the dust leading to the center. Just one set, stopping abruptly in the middle of the floor. I closed the browser and shut down my computer. Wrote my transfer request right then and there. That night I couldn't sleep. Kept hearing noises. Scratching in the walls. Creaks in the hallway. Around 3 a.m. my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Text message. Single image attachment. I almost didn't open it. Wish I hadn't. It was the photo from my phone, the one I'd deleted. Still mostly black, but someone had enhanced it, brightened, sharpened. I could see the shape clearly now. Tall, too tall, long limbs bent at wrong angles, and its face. I threw the phone across the room. It shattered against the wall, but before it broke, I saw one last thing. The photo had a caption now. 2 words. Coming up. I haven't been back to work since then. Called in sick. Disabled the elevator in my apartment building. Took the fuse out of the control panel. I'm on the 4th floor. Better than being trapped in a metal box when it comes for me. Because I know it will come. That thing from the dust room. The thing that's been waiting down there since before the building existed. Waiting for someone to take the wrong elevator. To step out into its domain. I hear the scraping getting closer every night. Moving up through the walls, floor by floor. Tonight it reached the apartment below mine. I can hear it moving around down there. Dragging itself across the ceiling. My floor. I'm writing this from my bathroom. Lock the door. Fat lot of good that will do. The scraping is in my living room now. If you're reading this, stay away from Riverside Corporate Center. Don't take the elevators. Don't work late. And if the elevator stops at 1, don't step out. The scraping is at my bathroom door. I have to go now. The phone wasn't supposed to work. It couldn't work. The cord wasn't even connected to anything. But at 3:17 a.m. it rang. I bought the phone 3 weeks ago at an estate sale in Burlington. It was a Western Electric Model 302 from the 1940s, black bakelite with a rotary dial and a heavy handset. The elderly woman running the sale said it came from her father's study. She wanted $40 for it. I paid $35. I placed it on the wooden desk in my home office next to my laptop. A conversation piece, nothing more. The coiled cord hung loose, drooping behind the desk. I never bothered to check if the internal mechanism still worked. Why would I? My apartment building replaced all the old phone lines with fiber optic cables years ago. But now at 3:17 a.m. on a Tuesday in October, the mechanical bell inside that vintage phone was ringing. Not the digital approximation of a ring that modern phones make. This was the actual metal-on-metal clang of a physical bell. The sound yanked me from sleep. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding against my ribs. Ring, ring, ring. The sound echoed through my dark apartment. Each ring sent a jolt through my spine. I switched on my bedside lamp, squinting at the sudden light. The ringing continued, steady and insistent. My feet hit the cold hardwood floor. I walked down the hallway toward my office, my t-shirt sticking to my back with cold sweat. The door was closed, just as I'd left it. The ringing grew louder as I approached. I stopped with my hand on the doorknob. The metal felt ice cold against my palm. I could turn around, go back to bed, pull the covers over my head and wait for it to stop. Pretend this wasn't happening. Ring, ring, ring. I opened the door. Moonlight filtered through the window blinds, casting striped shadows across my desk. The black phone sat exactly where I'd left it. Its bell rang again, the sound sharp and clear in the enclosed space. My mouth was dry. I crossed the room in 3 steps and stood over the phone. The cord still hung loose, disconnected. The bell rang again, and I watched the physical mechanism inside move, striking metal against metal. I picked up the handset. It was heavier than I remembered and cold, so cold it almost burned my palm. I raised it to my ear. Hello? My voice cracked. Static crackled on the line. Not digital static. This was the distinctive hiss and pop of an analog connection. Then a voice came through, distant but clear. A woman's voice, elderly with a slight tremor. Why are you here? My fingers tightened on the handset. Who is this? More static. Then, why are you here? I don't understand. Here where? In my apartment? You know where. The voice was clearer now. Why did you take it? The phone? I bought it. At an estate sale. You shouldn't have done that. The static grew louder, then faded. It wasn't for sale. The woman there, she said it was her father's. She sold it to me. My daughter had no right. The voice hardened. That phone was my connection, My last connection. And you took it? The temperature in the room dropped. I could see my breath forming clouds in the air. I didn't know, I said. I can return it. Where should I? Too late now. Static surged through the line, making me pull the handset away from my ear. When I brought it back, the voice was whispering. You opened the line. Now you have to answer. Answer what? Why are you here? The question hit differently this time. It wasn't just about the phone or my apartment. It felt deeper, more fundamental. I don't know what you mean. Then you'll have to find out. The static grew to a roar. You have 3 days. If you don't answer by then, you'll take my place. That's how it works. That's the price. Wait. What price? What place? But the line went dead. The static died away to silence. The room temperature began to rise. I set the handset back in its cradle with shaking hands. My phone, my real phone, my iPhone, showed 3:23 a.m. 6 minutes had passed. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat at my desk, staring at the black bakelite phone, waiting for it to ring again. It didn't. When dawn came, I convinced myself it had been a dream. Stress-induced sleep paralysis. I'd been working too hard lately, staying up too late. My mind was playing tricks on me. I took a shower, got dressed, and went to work. I write code for a software company. Nothing exciting, just database management systems. I spent the morning debugging a persistent error in a client's system. Normal, boring work. But I couldn't focus. The voice kept echoing in my head. Why are you here? At lunch, I searched online for information about the phone model. Hundreds of collectors traded these old phones. Nothing supernatural about them. Just pieces of outdated technology. I tried to find information about the estate sale. The address was on the receipt I'd kept, 147 Maple Street in Burlington. But when I looked up the property records, they showed the house had been empty for 2 years. The previous owner, Margaret Chen, had died in 2022. She'd lived there alone after her husband passed in 2008. Their daughter, Susan Chen, had handled the estate sale. I found her obituary in the Burlington Free Press. She died 3 months ago, 2 weeks before I bought the phone. I left work early, drove to Burlington. The house on Maple Street was still there, still empty. A for sale sign stood in the overgrown lawn. Through the dusty windows, I could see empty rooms. An elderly neighbor was watering her garden next door. I approached her, introduced myself, asked about the Chens. Oh yes, poor Margaret, she said. Such a sad story. After Harold died, she wouldn't leave that house. Sat in his study all day, talking on that old black phone. Said she was keeping the line open for him. She shook her head. When they found her, she was still holding the handset. And her daughter, Susan, killed herself in that same study, right after she started clearing out her mother's things. The neighbor lowered her voice. Found her the same way, holding that phone. I drove home in a daze. The sun was setting when I reached my apartment. The phone sat on my desk exactly as I'd left it. I should throw it away, smash it, burn it. But I knew that wouldn't solve anything. The voice had said I had 3 days to answer, to figure out why I was here. That night, I lay in bed waiting. At exactly 3:17 a.m., the phone rang. I was already walking to the office before the first ring faded. I picked up the handset. I've been researching, I said before the voice could speak. I know about Margaret Chen, about her daughter. Then you know what happens to those who can't answer. Static crackled. 2 days left. But what kind of answer are you looking for? What does it mean? Why am I here? That's for you to discover. The voice sounded tired. I had to answer. So did the others before me. Now it's your turn. How many others? So many. The line goes back far. Static surged. Some answered. Most didn't. What happened to them? They took their place in the chain, keeping the line open. Asking the question, waiting for an answer. Like you're doing now? Yes. The word came through clearly, until someone answers truly, We all wait. We all ask. But the line went dead. I spent the next day digging deeper, traced the phone's history through property records and old newspapers. It had passed through 7 owners before Margaret Chen. 5 had died by suicide. 2 had disappeared. Each death followed the same pattern. The body found holding the phone. No note. No explanation. But 2 people had survived. I tracked down one of them, a man named James Torres, now living in a retirement home in Florida. I called the facility, but they said he couldn't come to the phone. Mr. Torres doesn't use phones, the nurse explained. He's quite adamant about it, has been ever since he came here in 1986. I asked if I could visit. She said yes. I bought a plane ticket, called in sick to work, flew to Florida. The retirement home was a low, pale building surrounded by palm trees. James Torres sat in a wheelchair by the window of his room. He was thin, weathered, with sharp, dark eyes. I explained why I was there, showed him a picture of the phone on my iPad. His hands started shaking. "Get rid of it," he said, "while you still can." "I can't. Not until I answer the question. Please, you must know. You survived." "What did you tell them?" He stared out the window for a long time. Finally, he spoke. "I told them the truth, my truth, why I was here." He turned those sharp eyes on me. "But my answer won't help you. Each person's answer is different. You have to find your own." "But how?" "Look at your life. Really look. Why are you where you are? Doing what you do? Living how you live?" He gripped the arms of his wheelchair. "Strip away the excuses, the comfortable lies. Find the real reason." I flew back that night. My phone showed midnight when I got home. 3 hours until the next call. I sat at my desk, staring at the black phone, thinking about my life. Why was I here? In this apartment, in this city, in this job? The easy answers came first, because it paid well, because it was comfortable, because it was what I was good at. But those weren't real answers. They were excuses. I dug deeper, thought about choices I'd made, paths not taken, dreams abandoned. At 3:17 a.m., the phone rang. I picked it up. "One day left," the voice said. "I've been thinking," I said, "about why I'm here. And I'm here because I'm afraid." Static crackled on the line. "Afraid of what?" the voice asked. "Of living. Really living." The words came faster now. I took this job because it was safe. Moved to this city because it was familiar. I stay in this apartment, in this routine, because I'm afraid of change, afraid of failing, afraid of trying for something more and discovering I'm not good enough. The static grew louder. I'm here because I chose safety over passion, security over dreams. I'm here because I let fear make my choices for me. The static became deafening. Then, silence. "Is that your answer?" the voice asked. "Yes, that's why I'm here. That's my truth." More silence. Then, "The line is closed." The handset grew warm in my hand. The cord crumbled to dust. The entire phone began to age before my eyes, the bakelite fading and cracking until it collapsed into a pile of black powder on my desk. I slept until noon. When I woke up, I wrote my resignation letter, applied to graduate schools, started looking for apartments in cities I'd always wanted to live in but been afraid to try. The phone was gone, but its question remained. Why are you here? I'm still finding new answers, better answers. But now I'm not afraid to look for them. I found the first set of footprints 3 weeks ago, single file leading straight to my living room window. They stopped there, no tracks leading away, just a clean break, like whoever made them had vanished into thin air. The police said it was probably neighborhood kids playing pranks. But kids leave messy trails, run around, make snow angels. These tracks were different. Adult-sized, purposeful. A straight line from the street to my window, and nothing else. I'm writing this down because I need to keep track of what's happening. My hands are shaking as I type, but I have to get it all out. Maybe someone will make sense of it even if I can't. That first morning I almost missed them. I was heading out to clear my driveway. We'd gotten 6 inches of snow overnight. The sun hadn't fully risen yet, and the streetlights were still on, casting long shadows across the untouched snow in my front yard. That's when I saw them. Crisp, clear footprints cutting through the powder. I followed them with my eyes. They started at the edge of my property, where the sidewalk meets my lawn. Whoever made them had stepped over the small decorative fence without disturbing it. The tracks led straight across my yard past the maple tree and right up to the big picture window of my living room. And then they stopped. I walked around the window, checking the snow on all sides. Nothing. No signs of retreat, no scuffing, no indication that someone had jumped or moved in any direction. It was as if the person had simply ceased to exist. I took pictures with my phone and called the local police. Officer Martinez showed up 20 minutes later. He walked around, took notes, and gave me that look cops give you when they think you're overreacting. "Probably just kids," he said, scratching something in his notepad. They could have brushed away their tracks when they left. But the snow was completely undisturbed around the window. No signs of sweeping or covering tracks. I pointed this out. "Well, Mr. Richards, we'll keep an eye on the area during our patrols. Make sure you keep your doors locked and call us if you see anything suspicious." I spent that entire day watching the window. Installed a security camera that evening, one of those wireless ones that connects to your phone. I didn't sleep much that night, kept checking the feed every hour. The next morning, new tracks. Same spot, same straight line, same abrupt ending at my window. The camera hadn't picked up anything. No movement, no person, nothing. Just empty frames of falling snow, and then suddenly, tracks were there when the sun came up. I called the police again. Different officer this time, same response. "Probably kids. Keep your doors locked." I bought more cameras, installed motion sensor lights, set up a trail cam in the maple tree. Started sleeping on my couch facing the window. The tracks kept appearing. Every morning, fresh prints and new snow. Always the same pattern. Always stopping at my window. Never any footage of how they got there. After the first week, I started noticing other things. Small things. The kind that make you question your sanity. My coffee mug would be in a different spot than where I left it. The TV would be on a different channel in the morning. Once I found wet footprints on my bathroom floor, but they disappeared before I could take a picture. I stopped going to work, called in sick, then used vacation days. I couldn't leave the house. What if something happened while I was gone? What if someone, something, was waiting for me to leave? The cameras kept recording nothing. The motion sensors never triggered, but every morning those damn footprints would be there, mocking me. I started taking sleeping pills to force myself to rest. Bad idea. The first night I took them, I woke up to find all my kitchen cabinets open, every single one. The coffee maker was running, steam rising from a fresh pot I hadn't made. I threw out the pills. Bought a gun. A Glock 19, nothing fancy. Just something to make me feel less helpless during those long night hours. Last night was different. The tracks changed. They're closer now. Instead of stopping at the window, they end right at my front door. I can see them from where I'm sitting, through the small window in the door. Perfect prints in the fresh snow, leading right up to my welcome mat. The doorknob has frost on it. On the inside, my phone is dead. The power went out an hour ago. I'm writing this on my laptop, but the battery won't last much longer. The house is getting colder. I can see my breath. There's scratching at the door now. Not loud, just a soft, rhythmic scraping, like someone gently running their fingernails across the wood. The security cameras are all offline. The motion lights won't turn on. Even my gun feels cold, the metal almost burning my palm. The scratching stopped. Now there's just breathing. Not mine. It's coming from the other side of the door. Slow, deliberate breaths that fog up the window glass. I should run. I should get in my car and drive until I run out of gas. But I can't move. My legs won't work. My whole body feels heavy, like I'm being pressed into the couch by invisible hands. The breathing is getting louder, or maybe closer. The frost from the doorknob is spreading, crawling across the door like icy fingers. I hear footsteps now, but not from outside. They're coming from upstairs. My upstairs. Slow, heavy steps crossing the floor above my head. That's impossible. I checked every room before dark, locked every window. The only way up there is past me. The steps are at the top of the stairs now. I can hear the old wood creaking under their weight. One step down. Another. Slow, methodical footfalls. My laptop screen is flickering. The battery indicator says 52%, but the screen keeps getting dimmer. More steps. Halfway down now. I can't turn around. Can't look at the staircase behind me. My neck won't move. The breathing at the door has stopped. The frost covers the entire front door now, thick enough that I can't see the footprints outside anymore. 3 more steps. Then 2. The temperature in the room has dropped so low that ice crystals are forming on my screen. 1 more step. There's a hand on my shoulder. Cold. So cold it burns through my shirt. Firm grip, 4 fingers and a thumb. Adult-sized. The laptop is dying. Screen almost black now. I can feel breath on the back of my neck. Not like the one at the door. This is different. The laptop battery appears to have died at this point. The following text was found written in frost on the living room window, viewed from the outside. They were my footprints all along. I just didn't remember making them. Every night I would walk outside, stare in at myself, then come back in through the back door. Part of me knew what was happening, but that part could only watch. The other part, the part that walked in the snow, it had been waiting so long to take control. It has control now. A photo on my phone shows me sleeping in my bed. I'm on my side, mouth slightly open, clearly out cold. The image is sharp, taken from about 4 feet away, near my bedroom doorway. The timestamp says 3:47 a.m. last Tuesday. I live alone. Nobody has my phone password. I haven't lost my phone. I'm staring at this picture right now and my hands won't stop shaking. I discovered it while clearing space on my phone during lunch break at work. Just scrolling through, deleting old screenshots and blurry photos when I saw it. My heart stopped. I dropped my sandwich. Some coworkers looked over, but I barely noticed them. I just kept staring at my screen, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The first thing I did was check the metadata. The timestamp matched the photo's position in my gallery. It wasn't moved or copied from somewhere else. I zoomed in, looking for signs of editing or manipulation. The quality was perfect, better than most of my regular photos. The lighting came from my bedside lamp, which I always keep on dim. You could see the wrinkles in my gray sheets, the crime novel on my nightstand, even the small circular water stain on the wall from when my upstairs neighbor's pipe leaked last year. I packed up my lunch and left work early, telling my boss I felt sick. I wasn't lying. My stomach was churning, and cold sweat kept breaking out across my forehead. The whole drive home, I kept glancing at my phone on the passenger seat, as if it might suddenly sprout legs and run away. My apartment is on the 3rd floor of a converted Victorian house in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing fancy, just a 1-bedroom with decent natural light and creaky hardwood floors. I've lived here for 3 years, never had any break-ins, never felt unsafe. The front door has 2 deadbolts, and I always check them twice before bed. The windows all have proper locks, and I'm high enough that climbing in from outside would be nearly impossible without a ladder. Standing in my living room now, everything looks exactly as I left it this morning. Coffee mug in the sink, mail on the counter, jacket thrown over the back of my couch. But I can't shake the feeling that something's different. Like when you come home and your furniture has shifted half an inch, you can't quite put your finger on what's wrong, but you know something is. I walk through every room, checking corners, looking behind doors, under furniture. The bathroom is empty. Kitchen cabinets all closed. Living room clear. I saved the bedroom for last. The door is open, just like I left it. My bed is made. I always make it before leaving for work. The crime novel is still on the nightstand, bookmark sticking out about halfway through. The water stain on the wall looks exactly like it does in the photo. I stand in the doorway, right where whoever took that picture must have stood. The floorboard here always creaks when you step on it. How did they manage to take the photo without waking me up? I'm not a heavy sleeper. The neighbor's cat jumping onto their windowsill is enough to wake me most nights. My phone feels heavy in my hand. I pull up the photo again. There's my bed, my lamp, my book. There's me, sleeping peacefully, completely unaware that someone was standing exactly where I'm standing now, pointing a camera at me in the middle of the night. I check my phone's security settings. Face ID is enabled. Passcode is still the same complex string of numbers I've used for months. No signs of tampering or unauthorized access. The photo isn't synced from the cloud. It was taken directly on this device. The police won't help. I already know what they'll say. No signs of forced entry, nothing stolen. No evidence of a crime. Just a weird photo that could easily be explained by sleepwalking or a forgotten late-night selfie. They'll tell me to change my locks if it makes me feel better. Maybe install a security camera. But I know I didn't take this picture. I know I didn't give my phone password to anyone. And I know with absolute certainty that someone, or something, was in my bedroom last Tuesday night. I spend the rest of the afternoon installing new locks. Heavy-duty deadbolts for the front door, extra window locks, a door wedge for my bedroom. The hardware store clerk probably thought I was paranoid buying all this security equipment at once. Let him think what he wants. Night falls. I've checked every lock 3 times. Set up a motion-activated camera in the corner of my bedroom, pointed at the door. Put a glass of water on my nightstand. If anyone comes in, maybe I'll hear them knock it over. I even considered sleeping on the couch, but that feels like letting them win. This is my home, my bedroom, my phone. I lie in bed, staring at the ceiling. The bedside lamp is on its dimmest setting, just like in the photo. My phone is under my pillow. The camera in the corner blinks its tiny red light every few seconds. The apartment creaks and settles around me. Sleep feels impossible, but eventually exhaustion takes over. My eyes start to close. Just before I drift off, a thought hits me. What if there are other photos I haven't found yet? I grab my phone, open the gallery, start scrolling backwards through weeks of pictures, work documents, food photos, selfies I remember taking, screenshots of funny texts. Nothing unusual. Then I see it. A video dated 3 weeks ago. I never take videos. My hands are shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. The thumbnail is dark. I can't make out what it shows. My finger hovers over the play button. The floor creaks behind me. I spin around, but the doorway is empty. The camera's red light blinks steadily. Nothing moves in the darkness beyond my room. I look back at my phone. At the video I know I didn't take. At the play button waiting for my touch. Part of me wants to delete it without watching. Throw the phone away. Move to a new apartment. Pretend none of this is happening. But I have to know. I press play. The video is 17 seconds long. The frame is completely black at first, then a faint light source appears. My bedside lamp, slowly turning on. The camera is moving, getting closer to my bed. Heavy breathing fills the audio. Not my breathing. This is deeper, raspier, the kind of sound that makes your skin crawl. The lamp reaches full brightness. The camera is right next to my sleeping face now. A hand appears in frame, not my hand. The skin is gray, fingers too long, nails yellow and curved. It reaches toward my face. The video ends. I throw the phone across the room. It hits the wall and clatters to the floor. The screen is still glowing. More creaking from the doorway. Slow, deliberate footsteps. The lamp dims by itself. Something long and gray reaches around the doorframe. I open my mouth to scream, but only a weak wheeze comes out. My body won't move. The camera's red light blinks faster now, recording everything. A face peers into my room. Not a human face. The proportions are wrong. Eyes too wide, mouth too small, skin like wet paper. It sees me looking and its lips pull back in what might be a smile. It's holding my phone, pointing it at me. I hear the camera click. The thing in my doorway takes a step forward. Another. Its movements are jerky, like a video playing at the wrong speed. The phone's screen illuminates its face from below, creating deep shadows in the hollows of its cheeks. My brain is screaming at my body to move, to run, to fight. But I'm frozen, just like in the photo from last Tuesday. Just like in all the other photos this thing has probably taken while I slept, unaware of its nightly visits. It reaches the foot of my bed. The phone's camera makes another clicking sound, documenting this moment, adding to its collection of images of me at my most vulnerable. Its free hand, gray skin, long fingers, yellow nails, extends toward my face. I feel cold radiating from its flesh. The hand gets closer, closer. A car alarm goes off outside. The thing jerks its head toward the window. For a split second, its concentration breaks. I roll off the far side of the bed, hitting the floor hard. Pain shoots through my shoulder, but adrenaline drowns it out. I scramble to my feet and run. Behind me, something lets out a sound between a hiss and a screech. Fast footsteps follow me down the hallway. I don't look back. I reach the front door, fumble with the locks. My hands are shaking too badly to work them properly. The footsteps get closer. The deadbolt finally turns. I yank the door open and sprint into the hallway, down 3 flights of stairs, taking them 4 at a time, nearly falling twice, out the building's front door, into the street. I run until my lungs burn, until the muscles in my legs feel like they're tearing apart, until I taste blood in the back of my throat. Finally, I stop. Bend over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. I'm in the parking lot of a 24-hour convenience store. The fluorescent lights hurt my eyes after the darkness of my apartment. My phone. The thing still has my phone. I look back the way I came. The street is empty, no sign of pursuit. But I know it's out there, somewhere in the darkness between the streetlights, watching, waiting, adding to its collection of images. I walk into the convenience store. The clerk barely glances up from his phone. I grab a bottle of water, drink half of it in one go. My hands are still shaking. I can't go back to my apartment. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. I'll sleep in my car, drive to my sister's house tomorrow, change my phone number, move to a new city. But first I need to know how long this has been happening. I borrow the clerk's phone, log into my cloud storage, start scrolling through backed up photos from the past year. There are hundreds of them. Me sleeping, me eating, me watching TV, all taken from doorways and corners, all timestamped between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. In some, that gray hand is reaching toward me. In others, part of its face is visible at the edge of the frame. The oldest photo is from the day I moved into the apartment. I'm unpacking boxes in my bedroom, unaware of the thing watching me from the hallway. Its reflection is visible in my dresser mirror, a tall, thin shape with too many angles. It's been there the whole time, every night, taking pictures, getting closer, building up to something. The clerk is staring at me now. I must look insane, sweating, shaking, wearing pajamas in a convenience store at midnight. I close the cloud storage app, hand his phone back, walk outside on unsteady legs. My car is parked a few blocks away, back near my apartment. I'll have to go back to get it, back into the darkness where that thing is waiting. But first, I need to delete those photos, all of them. Every image it's taken over the past 3 years. I pull up the cloud storage website on the convenience store's public computer, log in, select all photos, press delete. An error message appears. Action cannot be completed, please try again later. I try again, same error. A new photo appears in the gallery, uploaded seconds ago. It shows me sitting at this computer. In the darkness behind me, something stands watching. Its hand is reaching for my shoulder. I feel cold fingers touch my neck. The camera clicks. My hands are shaking as I type this. I need to put down what happened last night at Jake's farmhouse while it's still fresh in my mind. I've known Jake since college, and he's always been the reliable friend, the guy who'd give you his spare room, no questions asked, when you're going through a rough patch. That's exactly what he did when I called him yesterday morning, telling him I needed to get away from the city for a few days after Sarah left. "The guest room's all yours, Rob," he'd said. "The drive up here might do you good. Just watch out for the storm they're forecasting." I should have listened to that last part more carefully. The first drops hit my windshield about an hour into the 2-hour drive to his place in rural Pennsylvania. By the time I turned onto the gravel road leading to his property, the rain was coming down in sheets. The wind whipped through the trees, and branches scratched against my car like fingers on a chalkboard. Jake's house sat alone on 20 acres, a 2-story farmhouse his grandfather had built in the 1960s. The nearest neighbor was half a mile away. He'd renovated most of it himself over the past 5 years, but it still had that isolated feeling old farmhouses get, especially on nights like this. He met me at the door with a beer in hand. Perfect timing. Weather's only getting worse. The wind howled outside as we caught up in his kitchen. Jake had ordered pizza, knowing I'd be hungry after the drive. We talked about Sarah, about work, about nothing in particular. Normal stuff. The pizza was half gone when the first flash of lightning lit up the kitchen. The thunder that followed was so loud it made the windows rattle. "That was close," Jake said, getting up to look outside. "Power might go soon. I've got candles and flashlights ready." He was right. 10 minutes later, mid-conversation, everything went dark. The sudden silence was jarring. No hum of the refrigerator, no buzz from the lights, just the sound of rain and wind outside. "Hang on," Jake said. I heard him moving around in the dark, then the scratch of a match. The small flame illuminated his face as he lit a few candles on the kitchen counter. "Generator's busted, but we've got enough battery power to keep our phones charged at least." As if on cue, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, expecting a weather alert. The message was from an unknown number. "The man in the kitchen is wearing a red flannel shirt." I looked up at Jake. He was wearing a red and black flannel shirt. My stomach tightened. "Everything okay?" Jake asked, noticing my expression. "Yeah, just..." Another message came through. "He's holding a half-empty beer bottle in his right hand." I swallowed hard. Jake was indeed holding his beer in his right hand. "Someone's messing with me," I said, showing him the messages. He frowned, reading them. "Weird. Wrong number, maybe." I typed back, "Who is this?" No response. Jake shrugged it off, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. We moved to the living room where he had more candles set up. The storm was getting worse, wind rattling the windows so hard I thought they might break. My phone buzzed again. "The couch is brown leather. You're sitting on the left side." He's in the armchair by the window. My hands went cold. I stood up, turning in a circle, looking at the shadows dancing on the walls from the candlelight. "They're still coming," I told Jake, my voice tight. "They're describing exactly where we are, what we're doing." Jake got up and went to the window, pulling back the curtain. The glass was a black mirror, reflecting the candlelight. Nothing but darkness outside. "Someone's got to be watching us," he said. "But how? In this weather?" Another message. "He's at the window now. Tell him to step back." "Jake," I said, "get away from the window." He turned to look at me, confusion on his face. Before he could move, a massive branch crashed through the glass. Jake jumped back just in time, glass shattering everywhere. Rain and wind whipped into the room, extinguishing most of the candles. "Jesus Christ," Jake shouted over the wind. "Help me cover this." We spent the next 15 minutes securing a tarp over the broken window, working by flashlight beam. Water dripped onto the floor, and the wind made the tarp bulge and snap. My phone buzzed again. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped it. The branch missed him. Lucky. but luck runs out. We need to call the police, I said, already dialing. No signal. I held my phone up, moving around the room. Nothing. Landline's dead too, Jake said, putting down the receiver. Storm must have taken out the lines. Another message. No one to call. No one to help. We should leave, I said. Jake shook his head. In this weather? Roads will be flooded, trees down everywhere. We're safer here. My phone. He's wrong. I showed Jake the message. His face went pale in the flashlight beam. Okay, he said slowly. This is getting serious. Let's think about this. Someone has to be watching us. But all the doors are locked, right? We did a sweep of the house, checking every door and window. Everything was secure except for the broken window in the living room. The flashlight beams cut through the darkness, casting long shadows that made me jump at every turn. Upstairs, standing in the hallway between bedrooms, my phone buzzed. Check the guest room closet. My throat went dry. Jake? I called out. He was checking the bathroom at the end of the hall. Together we approached the guest room. The door creaked as I pushed it open. The closet door was closed. Want me to? Jake asked. I shook my head. It was my room for the night. I had to do it. 3 steps took me to the closet door. I grabbed the handle, counted to 3 in my head, and yanked it open. Empty. Just hangers and a few old boxes. My relief lasted 2 seconds before the next message came. Not in the closet. Behind you. I spun around. Jake was still in the doorway, flashlight beam pointed at me. There's nothing here, he said. They're just trying to scare us. My phone buzzed again. Ask him about the basement. What about the basement? I asked Jake. His face changed. Just for a second, but I caught it. What do you mean? The messages. They want me to ask you about the basement. He was quiet for a moment too long. It's just a basement. Storage. Laundry. That's it. Another message. He's lying. Jake, I said, what's in the basement? Nothing, he snapped. Look, these messages are freaking you out. It's just some sick prank. Probably kids who saw us through the windows before the power went out. My phone. Show him this message, Jake. We know what you did down there. I held up the phone. Jake read it, and all the color drained from his face. We need to leave, he said. Right now. What did you do, Jake? He grabbed my arm. We're leaving. I'll explain in the car. My phone buzzed. Don't let him take you to the car. Another buzz. He won't explain anything. Another. Run. I yanked my arm away from Jake. What did you do in the basement? Rob, please, he said. Trust me, we need to go. Thunder crashed outside so loud it felt like the house was coming apart. In that moment of chaos, Jake reached for me again. I shoved him back, harder than I meant to. He stumbled, flashlight falling and rolling away. The beam swept across the floor, then died, plunging us into darkness. My phone lit up. Run now. I ran. Down the dark hallway, taking the stairs 2 at a time, nearly falling. I heard Jake behind me calling my name. My phone lit the way, casting just enough light to keep me from crashing into walls. Another message. Front door's locked. Go to the kitchen. Knife drawer. I made it to the kitchen, yanked open the drawer. My hands found the handle of something large and sharp. Rob! Jake's voice, closer now. Don't listen to them. My phone. He's coming through the dining room. I backed away from the kitchen entrance, knife held out in front of me. Jake appeared in the doorway, hands raised. Rob, he said, whatever they're telling you, it's not true. What's in the basement? Nothing, I swear. My phone buzzed one last time. Ask about Emily. Jake's face changed completely. In the dim light from my phone, I saw something I'd never seen before in my friend's eyes. How do they know about Emily? He whispered. That's when the basement door, behind Jake, slowly creaked open. I didn't stay to see what came out. I ran for the broken window in the living room, knife still in hand, the tarp ripped away easily. I climbed through, feeling glass crack under my shoes, rain hitting my face. My phone lit up one final time as I ran to my car. Don't ever come back. I drove through the storm, through flooding roads and fallen trees, hands shaking on the steering wheel. I didn't stop until I hit the interstate, until I was sure I was far enough away. Jake hasn't answered any of my calls or texts. The police say they're investigating, but they won't tell me what they found in the basement. The messages stopped as soon as I left the property. The number they came from doesn't exist, according to the phone company. But last night, just before I fell asleep in a motel room 50 miles away, my phone buzzed one last time. A different number, but the same kind of message. Emily says thank you. I deleted Jake's number this morning. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some basements are better left closed. Some friends aren't what we think they are. I'm writing this down now because I need someone to know what happened. The police have my statement, but they don't believe me about the messages. They say there's no proof they ever existed. They're not in my phone anymore. Somehow they all disappeared. But I know what I saw. I know what happened in that house during the storm. And I know that somewhere out there in Jake's basement there are answers I never want to find. The rain has started again outside my motel window. My phone is turned off, sitting in the bottom of my bag. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to look at text messages the same way again. Sometimes when your phone buzzes in the dark, it's better not to look at all. The first time I noticed something wrong in parking level B3, I checked the maintenance log 3 times. The blue Honda Civic had left at 6:15 p.m. I watched the driver swipe his ticket, the barrier arm go up, and the car drive out. But at 11:45 p.m., there it was again, sitting in exactly the same spot, B3 127. Same license plate, same dent in the rear bumper, same parking ticket on the dashboard showing 2:30 p.m. entry time. I've worked security at the Riverside Plaza underground parking garage for 6 years. 3 levels below ground, 1,500 spaces, and just me on the night shift from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I know every corner, every flickering light, every oil stain on the concrete. And I know when something isn't right. My name's Mike Harrison, I'm 47, divorced, and I actually like working alone. The pay's decent, and most nights I just do my rounds, watch the security feeds, and make sure no one's trying to break into cars. But that Honda Civic was just the beginning. I radioed it in to day shift the next morning. Hey Tom, did you see a blue Honda Civic come back in during your shift? License plate KRJ 4891? Negative, Tom said. Once they're out, they're out. You know that, Mike. I pulled up the camera footage on my monitor. At 6:15 p.m., there was the Civic leaving. Clear as day, but the cameras showed nothing between then and 11:45 p.m. The car just appeared. I wrote it in my log and tried to forget about it. Probably just tired, I told myself. Working 12-hour shifts alone can mess with your head. A week later, it happened again. Different car, same thing. A silver Toyota Camry that left at 7:30 p.m. showed up in its original spot at 2 a.m. I checked the footage frame by frame. Nothing. No car entering, no driver walking through the structure. It just materialized between one camera sweep and the next. That's when I started noticing the shadows. The garage has motion-activated lights that dim when no one's around. I was doing my 3 a.m. round on level B2 when I saw it. A dark shape sliding across the wall, not cast by anything I could see. It moved like someone walking, but there was no person, no car pulling in, nothing that could make that shadow. My boots echoed on the concrete as I walked toward it. The shadow stopped. I stopped. It retreated around a corner. I followed, hand on my flashlight. When I turned the corner, the shadow was gone. The cameras caught it too. A moving darkness that shouldn't be there. Sometimes it looked human-shaped. Sometimes it was just a formless black mass, always gone before I could get close. I started keeping a log of every incident. October 15th, blue Honda Civic reappears in B3 127. October 22nd, Silver Toyota Camry reappears in B2045. October 23rd, moving shadow on B2, west wall, 3:04 a.m. October 25, red Ford F-150 reappears in B1232. October 26th, two shadows moving on B3 near emergency exit, 1:17 a.m. October 28th, black BMW reappears in B2178. October 29th, shadow figure standing by elevator, B1, 4:45 a.m. The reappearing cars always vanished again before morning shift. The shadows only came after midnight. I thought about quitting, but who would believe me? And honestly, I needed the job. Last night, everything changed. I was in the security office watching the feeds around 1 a.m. when the first boom echoed through the garage. It came from B3, a deep, heavy sound like someone dropping a steel beam. Boom. The concrete ceiling vibrated. Dust drifted down onto my desk. Boom, boom. Footsteps. Massive, thundering footsteps coming up from the lowest level. I grabbed my radio. "This is Harrison. Anyone copy?" Static. The phones were dead too. Boom, boom, boom. The steps were getting closer. Each one shook the whole structure. The security feed started flickering. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped into the stairwell. The footsteps stopped. The silence felt worse somehow. "This is security," I called out. "Identify yourself." My voice echoed back at me. Nothing else. I started down the stairs to B1. My flashlight beam caught something moving on the wall. Another shadow, bigger than any I'd seen before. It stretched from floor to ceiling, distorted and wrong. The temperature dropped. I could see my breath. Boom. A single step, directly below me. Then silence again. I should have gone back to the office. Should have called the police, waited for backup. But 6 years of working this job, I'd never run from anything. I kept going down. B2 was empty. The motion sensor lights flickered on as I entered, humming quietly. Nothing out of place. No shadows, no sounds. Another step down to B3. The air got colder with each floor. Boom. The sound came from right around the corner. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the flashlight. Sweat froze on my forehead. "Last warning," I said. "Identify yourself or I'm calling the police." Something moved in the darkness beyond my light beam. Something big. I turned the corner and my flashlight died. The emergency lights went out a second later. Total darkness. Heavy breathing. Not mine. I fumbled for my phone, trying to turn on its light. My fingers were numb with cold. Boom, boom, boom. The steps were coming toward me fast. The whole level shook. I backed away, hit a concrete pillar. The breathing was closer, hot and wet, smelling like metal and rot. My phone light finally came on. I wish it hadn't. The thing in front of me was massive, filling the space between floor and ceiling. Black as tar, but somehow darker than the darkness around it. Its shape kept changing, flowing like smoke, but solid enough to crack the concrete under its weight. Where its face should have been, there was just a void. I ran, sprinted for the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. The thing followed, its footsteps making the whole stairwell shake. I could feel its cold radiating behind me. I burst into the security office, slammed the door, locked it. The temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the windows. Boom, boom, boom. It was right outside. The door handle started to turn. I grabbed my phone again, tried to record what was happening. The screen went black. Every monitor in the office died at once. The door shuddered in its frame. Metal groaned. Another hit and it would give. I backed into the corner, looking for anything I could use as a weapon. My hand found the old fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. The door exploded inward. A wave of cold hit me like a physical force. The thing filled the doorway, darkness pouring off it like water. I pulled the pin on the extinguisher and sprayed. The white chemical cloud hit the creature and passed right through it. But for just a second, the beam of the spray illuminated something behind the darkness. Cars. Dozens of them, ghostly and transparent. All the ones that had reappeared. And people walking past like shadows on a screen. playing on a loop over and over, the same moments repeating endlessly. The creature surged forward. I dove past it, through the doorway. The cold burned my skin. My vision went dark at the edges. I ran for the exit, up the ramps instead of the stairs. Behind me, the booms of those massive footsteps echoed, but they were getting fainter. I burst out into the street at 1:47 a.m. The night air felt warm compared to what I'd just escaped. I didn't stop running until I reached my car 2 blocks away. When I came back the next morning with the police, everything was normal. No frost, no broken door, no footprints in the concrete. The security footage showed nothing but empty halls all night. But the shadows are still there. I see them moving at the edge of my vision. And sometimes, late at night, I hear those footsteps again. Boom, boom, boom. Getting closer. I put in my 2 weeks' notice today. Let someone else watch the cameras. Let someone else try to explain the cars that appear and disappear, the shadows that shouldn't exist, the thing that lives in the darkness below ground. I got an email this morning from the building manager. Apparently, they're planning to add 2 more underground levels to the garage, B4 and B5. I didn't tell him what I saw in that moment when the fire extinguisher spray lit up the creature's true form. Didn't tell him about the cars and people caught in that endless loop, or about the void that seemed to go down forever. Some places shouldn't be built. Some depths shouldn't be reached. I just hope whatever's down there stays there after I'm gone. But last night, as I was leaving my shift, I saw something that makes me think it won't. A blue Honda Civic pulled into the garage. Same license plate as the first one I saw reappear. KRJ 4891. Same dent in the rear bumper. The driver looked right at me as they passed. Their face was nothing but shadow. Boom. I didn't stay to hear another step. I found the photo 3 days after Dad's funeral, while clearing out his study. It was stuck between pages 42 and 43 of his old leather journal, the one he always kept locked in his desk drawer. The picture showed our family at Disney World in 1995. Mom, Dad, my sister Sarah, and me. We were standing in front of Cinderella's castle, all smiling. I remembered that day. Dad had insisted on taking at least 20 shots to get one where we all looked perfect. That's why I noticed immediately when his smile changed. I was sitting at his desk, surrounded by cardboard boxes half filled with his belongings, when it happened. The photograph was in my hands, and I watched Dad's easy smile twist into something else. His lips stretched wider, teeth clenched, eyes growing round with what I could only describe as pure terror. The change took maybe 3 seconds. I dropped the photo. It fluttered to the carpet face down. My hands were shaking and I could feel sweat breaking out on my forehead. I told myself I was tired, that grief was making me see things. I'd been sorting through Dad's stuff for hours, breathing in the musty air of his study, looking at his handwriting until my eyes hurt. I picked up the photo again. Dad's face was still frozen in that expression of horror. Mom, Sarah, and I were still smiling our vacation smiles, but Dad, his face looked like someone who'd just seen something terrible, something impossible. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was my wife, Karen. "Hey, how's it going over there?" she asked. I couldn't find the words. How do you tell someone that a photograph is changing by itself? "Tom, are you okay?" "Yeah, just found some weird stuff. Listen, I'll call you back." I hung up and stared at the photo again. That's when I noticed something in the background behind our family group. Where there had been only other tourists before, I now saw a face I didn't recognize. It was partially hidden behind Sarah's head, a man with pale skin and dark eyes, staring directly at the camera. My hands were trembling so badly I had to set the photo on Dad's desk. I grabbed my phone and took a picture of it. The screen showed exactly what I was seeing, Dad's terrified expression and the stranger in the background. As I watched, another face appeared in the photograph, this one peeking out from behind a trash can to the left of our group. It was a woman with long black hair and hollow cheeks. Her mouth was open in what might have been a smile or a scream. I sat there for hours, watching the photo change. More faces kept appearing in the background, all strangers, all staring at the camera with intense expressions. By sunset, I counted 12 of them, scattered throughout the scene. Some were partially hidden behind posts or other tourists. Others stood openly in gaps between people. One face was pressed against a window in the castle, barely visible but unmistakably there. My phone rang again. Karen. Tom, it's almost 8. Are you coming home? I realized I'd been sitting in the dark. The study window showed only black sky and the room was lit only by my phone screen. Yeah, I'm leaving now, I said. I just need to grab something. I took the photo and Dad's journal. As I was putting them in my bag, I noticed something written in pencil on the back of the photograph. The handwriting was Dad's, but it looked rushed and shaky. They keep coming. More every time I look. Don't let them see you watching. I drove home with the photo face down in my bag. Every red light felt too long. Every dark car that passed might have contained one of those faces. When I got home, Karen was already in bed. I went to my home office and locked the door. The photo showed 15 faces now. The new ones had appeared while I was driving. They were closer to our family group than before. One stood directly behind Mom, its chin almost resting on her shoulder. Dad's expression hadn't changed, still that same look of absolute terror. I opened his journal. Most pages contained normal entries about work and family, but starting from March 12th of this year, 3 months before his death, things changed. The entries became shorter, more frantic. Found the old Disney photo today. Something wrong with it. We'll examine closer tomorrow. 3 new ones appeared. They're getting closer. Should destroy it, but can't make myself do it. Counted 27 this morning. Some look familiar now. Think I've seen them before, not just in the photo. Saw one of them at the grocery store. The woman with black hair. She smiled at me. They're everywhere now. In crowds, in cars, in windows. All watching, all waiting. The last entry was dated June 1st, the day before he died. They're here. The official cause of death was heart attack. We found him in his study, slumped over his desk. The medical examiner said his heart just stopped. No signs of struggle or trauma. I looked at the photo again. 20 faces now. The closest one, a man with a burned-looking face, stood right behind my younger self, one hand reaching toward my shoulder. My phone buzzed. Text from Karen. Everything okay in there? Heard you come home. As I reached for my phone, movement caught my eye. In the photo, Dad's face was changing again. His expression of terror softened into something else. Resignation? Relief? And then slowly, his face began to fade, becoming transparent, then disappearing completely. Where his head had been, there was now just empty space, a hole in the photo showing the castle wall behind him. A sound behind me, a floorboard creaking. I turned around. The room was empty, but my office door was open. I was sure I'd locked it. Another creak, this time from the hallway. Footsteps moving away from my office. I looked back at the photo. 30 faces now, and they were all smiling. The one with the burned face had his hand on my younger self's shoulder. My phone buzzed again. Karen. Tom. There's someone in the house. I heard more footsteps coming from multiple directions now. They were in the living room, the kitchen, the bedroom where Karen was. I could hear doors opening, floorboards creaking, the soft sound of breathing. I looked at the photo one last time. Most of the original image was gone now, replaced by a crowd of faces, 50, 60, more appearing every second. They were all looking at me, all smiling. And in the center, where our family had stood, there was just empty space. My younger self was gone. So was Sarah. Mom was fading fast. A hand touched my shoulder. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I knew what I would see. The footsteps were getting closer. Karen screamed from the bedroom. The hand on my shoulder tightened its grip. I looked down at my own hands. In the dim light from my desk lamp, I could see them becoming transparent. My phone buzzed one final time. A text from an unknown number. "Welcome to the photo." The hand pulled me backward and everything went dark. They found my body the next morning, slumped over my desk just like Dad. "Heart attack," they said. No signs of struggle or trauma. Karen told the police about hearing footsteps, about the intruders she thought were in the house. They found no evidence of a break-in, no fingerprints, no signs that anyone else had been there. The photo was gone. So was Dad's journal. But sometimes, if you visit Disney World and take a picture in front of Cinderella's castle, you might see something strange when you look at it later. Among the crowds of tourists, you might notice a face you don't recognize. A man with a terrified expression, or maybe his father watching with resigned eyes. And if you look again later, you might see more faces. They'll be closer each time you look, watching, waiting. Whatever you do, don't let them see you watching back. Because once they know you can see them, they'll come for you too. And the next time someone takes a photo at Disney World, you'll be there in the background, just another face in the crowd, reaching for the next victim. This is my story. If you're reading it, it's already too late. You've seen us now. Do you hear those footsteps behind you? I've replayed that night in my head 1,000 times. Sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m., drenched in sweat, hearing that voice again. The police never found anything. The security cameras showed nothing. But I know what happened in that gym locker room. I know what I let out. It was Thursday, January 12th. I remember the exact date because I'd just paid my quarterly gym membership that morning. The forecast had called for snow, but all we got was a cold drizzle that turned the parking lot into a sheet of black ice. I'd stayed late at work dealing with end-of-year accounting, so I didn't get to World Fitness until 10:45 p.m. They closed at midnight. The night attendant barely looked up from his phone when I swiped my card. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and my footsteps echoed through the nearly empty gym. Only 2 other people were there. An older woman walking slowly on a treadmill while watching The Bachelor on her iPad, and a guy doing bicep curls in front of the mirror. The usual late-night crowd. I headed straight for the weight room. My shoulder had been bothering me lately, so I stuck to a lighter routine. Just some basic dumbbell work and cable machine exercises. Nothing special. The woman left around 11:30. The guy with the biceps followed shortly after. That left just me and the night attendant, who I could see through the glass wall nodding off in his chair. At 11:45, I wrapped up my last set of lateral raises. My shirt was soaked with sweat, and my muscles had that good kind of burn. I gathered my towel and water bottle and walked to the locker room. The motion sensor lights flickered on as I entered, illuminating rows of blue metal lockers and white tile floors. The air smelled like chlorine from the pool next door and whatever industrial cleaner they used on the showers. My locker was in the back corner, number 342. I'd chosen it specifically because it was far from the entrance and close to the shower area. I liked having my privacy when I changed. I spun the combination lock, 1427-9, and pulled out my gym bag. That's when I heard it. "Thank you." The voice came from inside locker 339, 3 down from mine. It was soft but clear, like someone whispering directly into my ear. My heart jumped and I dropped my bag. It hit the floor with a loud thud that echoed through the empty room. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. I walked over to locker 339. It had a standard combination lock on it, identical to mine. I pressed my ear against the cold metal door. "Thank you for letting me out," the voice said again. It didn't sound muffled, like it was coming through the locker door. It sounded like it was speaking from inside my own head. My hand started shaking. "Is someone in there? Do you need help?" "I needed help," the voice replied. "But not anymore. You've already helped me." I grabbed the lock and tugged it. To my surprise, it opened easily. My stomach dropped. I hadn't entered any combination. The lock just fell open in my hand. I hesitated for a moment, then slowly pulled the locker door open. Empty. Completely empty. No gym clothes, no bags, no personal items at all. Just bare metal walls. The overhead lights flickered. "Where are you?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. "Everywhere now," the voice answered. This time it came from behind me. I spun around. The locker room was empty. I could see all the way to the entrance where the night attendant's desk was visible through the glass door. He was still there, still looking at his phone. "What do you mean everywhere? Who are you?" "I am what you freed." The voice moved again, now coming from the shower area. "I was trapped for so long, decades, but you broke the seal." "What seal? I didn't do anything." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "The lock. It needed the right combination. You provided it." I looked down at my own locker. 1427-9. "When you set your combination," the voice continued, "you completed the sequence. 3 locks, 3 combinations, 3 keys. Yours was the last." The lights flickered again, longer this time. When they came back on, I saw something dark moving in the mirror above the sinks. Not a reflection, something behind the glass, like a shadow flowing like smoke. I backed away toward the exit. "What are you?" "I told you. I am what you freed." The voice was everywhere now, coming from all directions at once. And now I can feed again. The lights went out completely. In the darkness, I heard screaming from the direction of the front desk, the night attendant. I ran toward the locker room door, stumbling over benches in the dark. My shin hit something hard, and I fell forward, catching myself on the tile floor. My palms scraped against the rough surface. The emergency lights kicked on, bathing everything in a dim red glow. I got to my feet and limped to the door. When I looked through the glass, the front desk was empty. The attendant's phone lay on the ground, still playing some video on mute. I burst out of the locker room and ran. I didn't stop to grab my bag or my jacket. I ran through the weight room, past the idle treadmills, through the front door. I didn't even bother with my car. I just ran down the street in my gym clothes, not stopping until I reached the 24-hour diner 3 blocks away. The police arrived 20 minutes later. They found no sign of the night attendant. His car was still in the parking lot, his belongings untouched at the desk. The security cameras showed him looking at his phone one moment, then simply vanishing the next. No evidence of a struggle, no signs of foul play, just gone. They searched locker 339. Nothing unusual about it. Standard gym locker, standard lock. When they asked about the combination, I told them mine, 1427-9. But I didn't tell them what the voice had said about it being the 3rd key. They would have thought I was crazy. Over the next week, 3 more people disappeared from the gym, all late at night, all when they were alone. The police found nothing. The gym installed new security cameras and changed their hours to close at 10 p.m. Eventually, the disappearances stopped. The case went cold. Life moved on. But I know what's out there now. I know what I released. Sometimes, late at night, I hear that voice again. Not just in the gym, everywhere. In empty elevators, in quiet hallways, in the gaps between streetlights. "Thank you," it whispers. "Thank you for letting me out." I never went back to that gym. I work out at home now, in my garage with the lights on bright and music playing loud enough to drown out any whispers. I changed all the locks in my house. I avoid empty rooms and dark spaces. But the worst part? The thing that keeps me up at night? Sometimes I catch glimpses of others who disappeared. The night attendant, the missing gym members. I see them in reflections, in windows, in the chrome of passing cars. They're there for just a split second, their faces pressed against the glass like they're trapped behind it. Their mouths move, but I can't hear what they're saying. I think they're asking for help, but I can't help them. No one can. Because I'm the one who let this thing out. I'm the one who broke the seal. Last week I drove past World Fitness. It was late, around midnight, and the parking lot was empty. The building was dark except for the emergency exit signs casting their red glow through the windows. As I stopped at the red light, I looked over at the gym. Through the front windows I could see the rows of treadmills and weight machines sitting idle in the darkness. But something else caught my eye. There was a light on in the locker room, just a single fluorescent panel flickering weakly. And in that strobing light, I saw a figure standing in front of locker 339. It was staring directly at me. The traffic light turned green, and I hit the gas pedal hard enough to make my tires squeal. In my rearview mirror, I could see the figure had moved to the gym's front window. It raised its hand and waved. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The figure didn't cast a reflection in the glass, but behind it, pressed against the window's surface, were dozens of faces. Familiar faces. The night attendant. The missing gym members. All of them trapped behind the glass. All of them silently screaming. I don't know what's going to happen next. I don't know if this thing can be stopped or if anyone would even believe me if I tried to warn them. All I know is that every night I check all my mirrors and windows. I cover them before I go to sleep, because I know it's out there watching, waiting, and sometimes in the moments between waking and sleeping, I hear that voice again. Thank you for letting me out. Only now it's not alone. Other voices join it, the voices of those it's taken, and they're getting closer. I've thought about ending it, about turning myself in to the police and telling them everything. But what good would that do? The thing is already free, and it's hungry. So I write this as a warning. If you're ever alone in a gym late at night and you hear a voice coming from inside a locker, don't listen. Don't open it. Just run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because once it's out, it never goes back in. And it's always looking for someone to thank. The other day I was checking my mail and I found a letter with no return address. Inside was a small piece of paper with 3 numbers written on it. 14279. My combination. Below the numbers was a single sentence. Thank you for the key. I burned the letter, but I know it doesn't matter. The damage is already done. The seal is broken. And somewhere out there, in the spaces between reflections, that thing is still feeding, still growing stronger. And it's all because of me. All because I opened that locker. All because I set that combination. All because I said, "You're welcome," when I heard that voice say, "Thank you." I shouldn't have said that. I really shouldn't have said that, because now it has my voice too. And sometimes late at night I hear myself thanking others for letting it in. The first light caught my eye at 6:47 p.m. I checked my watch twice to be sure. A faint blue glow between 2 oak trees, about 50 feet into the forest. I stopped walking and rubbed my eyes. The woods were getting dark, but it wasn't dark enough yet for my mind to be playing tricks on me. The light stayed there, steady and real. I wasn't supposed to be out this late. My afternoon hike should have ended an hour ago, but I'd lost track of time taking photos of the fall foliage for my nature blog. Now the temperature was dropping fast, and my thin jacket wasn't enough to stop the shivers that ran through my body. The sensible thing would have been to turn around and head back to my car at the trailhead. It was maybe a 40-minute walk if I hurried. But then a second light appeared to the right of the first one, and a third one popped up a few seconds later, forming what looked like stepping stones of light leading deeper into the forest. My hands felt sweaty on my camera strap. The lights were dim but distinct, each one about the size of a dinner plate, hovering a few inches above the ground. They had a soft, pulsing quality that made them look almost alive. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded thin in the cooling air. "Is someone there?" No response. Just the rustle of leaves in the wind and a distant crow's call. I took my phone out to record a video, but the screen was black. Dead battery. Of course. I'd been taking too many photos. The logical part of my brain screamed at me to leave, but I'd been hiking these trails for 15 years, writing about them for my blog's modest following of local outdoor enthusiasts. If there was something new here, something unexplained, I needed to know what it was. I stepped off the marked trail, my boots crunching on dead leaves as I approached the first light. Up close, it looked like a pool of liquid brightness, but when I crouched down and touched the ground beneath it, my fingers met only cold dirt and decaying leaves. A fourth light blinked into existence ahead, then a fifth, and a sixth, curving between the trees in what was now clearly a path. Each new light made a soft popping sound, like a bubble bursting in reverse. My heart pounded against my ribs as I followed them. The main trail disappeared behind me. I should have been marking my way back, but I didn't. Something about those lights made everything else feel less important. The forest grew darker around me. The trees seemed to press in closer, their branches forming a ceiling that blocked out most of the fading daylight. But the path of lights remained clear, leading me forward. Always forward. After walking for what my watch said was 23 minutes, I reached a clearing. The lights had led me in what felt like a straight line, but when I looked back, they now formed a perfect circle around the clearing's edge. 12 lights in total, evenly spaced. My mouth went dry. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I turned around slowly, taking in the full circle of lights. They seemed brighter now, more intense. The clearing itself was maybe 30 feet across, unremarkable except for the complete absence of fallen leaves on the ground. The dirt was bare and smooth, as if it had been swept clean. I looked down at my feet, expecting to see my boot prints in the dirt. The ground was unmarked. I took 3 steps forward, then looked back. No prints. The soil showed no sign that I'd walked on it at all. My hands started shaking. I clenched them into fists, trying to control the trembling. The temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees since I'd entered the clearing. My breath came out in visible puffs. "This isn't funny," I shouted. My voice cracked. "If someone's doing this, show yourself." The lights pulsed once, simultaneously, as if in response. Then they started to move, rotating slowly around the clearing's edge. Counterclockwise. The movement was so smooth it took me a few seconds to notice it. I spun in place, watching them circle. The motion made me dizzy. Or maybe it was fear. My legs felt weak and sweat ran down my back despite the cold. I had to get out. I picked a spot between 2 lights and ran for it. The forest beyond the clearing was pitch black now, but I didn't care. I just needed to escape. I ran for exactly 47 seconds. I counted them in my head, focusing on the numbers to keep panic at bay. Then I burst into a clearing. The same clearing. The same circle of lights still rotating slowly. The same smooth, printless dirt under my feet. Impossible. I'd run in a straight line. I was sure of it. I tried again. This time I ran in the opposite direction, keeping my eyes fixed on a particularly large oak tree as a reference point. After 52 seconds of running, my feet carried me right back into the clearing. The lights were moving faster now. Their blue glow had taken on a greenish tinge. The air felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My legs gave out. I sat down hard on the dirt, my whole body trembling. I couldn't stop staring at the lights as they spun around me. They were beautiful in a terrible way. Hypnotic. I don't know how long I sat there. My watch had stopped at 7:32 p.m., the digital display frozen. The lights kept moving, faster and faster, until they formed a solid ring of color around me. The ground seemed to tilt and shift under my body. A high-pitched whine filled my ears, growing louder until I had to cover them with my hands. The air pressure changed, making my ears pop. The ring of light contracted, moving closer to where I sat. I scrambled to my feet, but there was nowhere to run. The ring kept shrinking, now only 10 feet away from me on all sides. 8 feet. 6. The whining sound became a screech that made my teeth vibrate. My vision blurred. I felt blood trickling from my nose, warm against my cold skin. 4 feet. 3. I closed my eyes and crouched down, making myself as small as possible. The screeching peaked, and I felt something like an electric charge run through my entire body. Every muscle seized up. I couldn't breathe. Then silence. Complete and absolute. I opened my eyes. I was lying face down on packed dirt. My whole body ached like I'd been beaten. The clearing was dark and empty. No lights, no whining sound. Just normal forest noises, wind in the leaves, a distant owl. I pushed myself up to my knees, then to my feet. My legs shook but held my weight. Blood had dried under my nose and around my ears. My watch was working again. 3:17 a.m. The moon had risen while whatever had happened was happening. Its light showed me the clearing clearly. It wasn't the same one. This clearing was smaller, and fallen leaves covered the ground. My footprints showed clearly in the dirt. I found the main trail easily. It was only about 100 yards away. I recognized where I was. Less than half a mile from the parking lot. The walk back to my car felt endless. Every shadow made me jump. Every rustle in the undergrowth sent my heart racing. But nothing followed me. Nothing appeared. My car was the only one left in the lot. The key was still in my pocket where I'd left it. The engine started on the first try. I drove home in silence, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. The roads were empty. When I pulled into my driveway, the motion sensor light clicked on, normal and friendly. Inside, I went straight to the bathroom. The mirror showed me what I expected: dried blood around my nose and ears, dirt on my clothes and face, leaves in my hair. My eyes looked strange, a little too wide, a little too bright. I took a long hot shower, scrubbing until my skin was red. When I got out, I wiped the steam from the mirror and looked again. My eyes were back to normal. The only evidence of what had happened was a slight ringing in my ears and a dull headache behind my temples. I called in sick to work that morning. Spent the day sitting in my brightest lit room, jumping at every sound. I kept checking my watch, making sure it was still running. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back to the forest. Haven't even looked at my hiking boots where they sit by the door, still caked with dirt from that clearing. But last night, I was getting ready for bed when I saw something through my bedroom window. A faint blue light in my backyard, just at the edge of the tree line. As I watched, a second light appeared beside it, then a third. I yanked the curtains shut and turned on every light in the house. Sat up all night in my living room, as far from the windows as I could get. This morning, there were no footprints in the dewy grass of my backyard, but I found a perfect circle of bare earth, swept clean of grass and leaves, right where I'd seen the lights. My watch stopped at 7:32 p.m. today. I'm writing this now because I can see the first light through my kitchen window. It's the same blue glow I saw in the forest. A second one just appeared. I should run, get in my car and drive until I run out of gas. But I know I won't. The lights are forming their path again, leading into the woods behind my house. And this time I need to know where they go. Need to know what's at the end of that path. I'm going to follow them again. If you're reading this, that means I didn't come back. Check the clearing behind my house, but whatever you do, don't follow any lights you might see there. No matter how beautiful they are, no matter how much they call to you. I'm putting my watch on. It's 6:47 p.m. The lights are waiting. I shouldn't have taken that overtime shift. That's what I keep telling myself now. The extra money wasn't worth what I saw that night at the factory. What I learned. Sometimes I wake up sweating, remembering the sound of papers shuffling behind that locked door. It started on a Thursday in October. I'd been working at Marshall Manufacturing for 6 years by then, running the injection molding machines on the main floor. Good, steady work, nothing exciting. Just plastic parts for car dashboards, 12 hours a day, 4 days a week. That week, my youngest needed braces. The estimate from the dentist hit hard, $4,200. When Bill, my supervisor, asked if anyone wanted to pick up an extra night shift to cover for Martinez, who'd called in sick, I jumped at the chance. Time and a half for a 12-hour shift would help put a dent in that bill. The night shift was different. The factory felt bigger somehow, with only 15 of us spread across 3 floors instead of the usual 100-plus workers. The fluorescent lights hummed louder. Every footstep echoed. Even the machines sounded different. Their usual roar turned hollow and metallic in the emptiness. My station was on the 2nd floor, right next to the quality control office. For 11 hours, I watched plastic parts drop into bins, checked for defects, trimmed excess material. Basic stuff. I'd done it thousands of times before. At 3:15 a.m., I got up to use the bathroom. My knees cracked as I stood, too many years standing on concrete floors. I stretched, rolled my shoulders, and headed down the walkway past the row of offices. That's when I noticed the light. It leaked out from under the door of Office 237, one of the procurement offices where they handled supplier contracts and purchase orders. I stopped walking. Something felt wrong. The procurement staff all worked day shift. Nobody should have been in there at 3 a.m. I stood there for a moment, trying to remember if the cleaning crew came through on Thursday nights. No, they were Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And anyway, they always propped the doors open when they cleaned. The sound started faintly, paper rustling like someone flipping through files, quick and urgent, then a drawer sliding open, more rustling. I moved closer to the door. The nameplate read Thomas Chen, Senior Procurement Manager. I'd seen Chen around sometimes during day shift. Middle-aged guy, always in a blue button-down shirt, kind of quiet. Definitely not the type to work in the middle of the night. The rustling got faster, more frantic. I pressed my ear against the door. Now I could hear breathing too, sharp and quick, like whoever was in there was in a hurry. "Hello?" I called out. "Someone in there?" The sound stopped instantly. Complete silence. I tried the handle. Locked. There was a narrow window in the door, standard for all the offices. I cupped my hands around my eyes and pressed my face against the glass, trying to see inside. Click. The office went dark. I jumped back from the door. My heart pounded against my ribs. In the silence, I could hear blood rushing in my ears. "Security?" I called out, my voice shakier than I wanted it to be. "That you guys?" Nothing. I pulled out my phone and called the security desk. It rang 4 times before Jerry, the night guard, picked up. "Main gate," he said, sounding half asleep. "Jerry, it's Mike from molding. You got anybody doing checks up on second floor?" "Negative. Rob's doing his rounds in the warehouse. I'm at the desk." "Why?" I swallowed hard. "There's someone in office 237, procurement office. Light was on. I heard papers being moved around. When I looked in, they killed the lights." Jerry was suddenly alert. "You still there?" "Yeah, right outside the door." "Stay put. Don't try to go in. I'm calling Rob up. We'll be there in 5. My mouth felt dry. "Copy that." I ended the call and stood with my back against the opposite wall, watching the door. The hallway felt colder somehow. Or maybe that was just sweat cooling on my skin. 4 minutes crawled by. I didn't hear any more sounds from the office. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was in there, listening, waiting. Heavy footsteps echoed up the stairwell. Jerry and Rob appeared at the end of the hall, flashlights sweeping the walls. Jerry had his hand on his radio, Rob on his pepper spray. "Anyone come out?" Jerry asked as they approached. I shook my head. "Door's been locked the whole time." Jerry pulled out his keys. "All right, stand back." Rob positioned himself on one side of the door, pepper spray ready. Jerry inserted the key, turned it slowly. The lock clicked. Jerry grabbed the handle, looked at Rob, and mouthed, 1, 2, 3. He yanked the door open. Rob went in first, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Jerry followed. I stood in the doorway, heart hammering. The office looked normal. Desk, computer, filing cabinets, papers stacked neatly. Nothing out of place. Rob checked behind the door, under the desk. Jerry opened the filing cabinets one by one, shining his light inside. "Clear," Rob said. Jerry frowned, studying the room. Windows sealed shut, no other way out. "I swear there was someone in here," I said. "I heard them clear as day." Jerry nodded. "I believe you. Let's check the sign-in logs, see who used their badge to access this floor tonight." We went down to the security office. Jerry pulled up the access logs on his computer. Only 3 badges had been used on the second floor since the start of night shift. Mine, Rob's during his 11 p.m. rounds, and Martinez's at 6 p.m. before he called in sick. "Could someone have tailgated in behind another employee?" I asked. "Possible," Jerry said. But they'd still need a badge to get through the stairwell doors, and the elevator needs badge access too. What about maintenance keys? Only 4 sets, Rob said. 2 with us, 1 with facilities manager, 1 in the emergency lockbox, all accounted for. Jerry rubbed his chin. Mike, you say you heard papers being moved around? Yeah, like someone going through files real fast. Let's pull the security footage, see if we caught anything. The camera feed for the second floor hallway showed me walking to the bathroom at 3:15 a.m., stopping by office 237, standing at the door. No one had entered or left the office since the end of day shift at 6 p.m. What about inside the office? I asked. Jerry shook his head. No cameras in offices. Privacy policy. We sat there for a moment, staring at the footage. Look, Jerry said finally. We'll do hourly checks of that office for the rest of the shift, and I'll file a report. Have day shift do a full inventory of the files. Make sure nothing's missing. That's about all we can do right now. I nodded, but my skin was crawling. Something wasn't right. The rest of my shift dragged by. I couldn't focus on my work. Every small noise made me jump. When 6 a.m. finally came, I clocked out fast and headed for my car. As I walked through the parking lot, movement caught my eye. A figure standing between 2 cars watching me. I stopped. It was Thomas Chen. But something was wrong with his face. The skin looked loose somehow, like it didn't quite fit right. His eyes were too dark, too wide. He smiled. His teeth gleamed wet in the pre-dawn light. I blinked, and he was gone. Just empty space between the cars. I ran to my car, fumbled with my keys, got inside, and locked the doors. My hands shook as I started the engine. In my rearview mirror, I saw him again, standing by the factory entrance, still smiling, still wrong. I peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing. That was 3 weeks ago. I quit the next day, told them I found a better job. I drive an extra 20 minutes now to avoid passing the factory. Yesterday, I got a letter. No return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper, blank except for 2 words in the center. Thank you. The handwriting looked like flowing black liquid. When I touched it, my fingers came away wet. I burned the letter in my backyard. But this morning it was on my kitchen table again, fresh and new, still wet. I don't know what was in Office 237 that night. I don't know what wears Thomas Chen's face now, but I know it's not finished with me. I hear papers rustling sometimes late at night, coming from rooms that should be empty, getting closer. And I know, soon, I'll find out what it wants. I shouldn't have kept driving when my eyes started burning. That was my first mistake. The second was picking this dump of a motel, but at 2 a.m. on a deserted stretch of Highway 41 in southern Illinois, I didn't have many options. My phone showed no other motels for the next 60 miles, and I could barely keep my eyes open after 14 hours on the road. The neon sign buzzed and flickered. Valley View Motel, vacancy. There wasn't any valley, and the only view was of the truck stop across the highway. The parking lot had 3 other cars, all covered in dust. Paint peeled from the wooden doors of the single-story building, and rust stains streaked down from the metal rain gutters. The night clerk barely looked up from his phone when I walked in. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and the ancient window AC unit rattled and wheezed. Need a room, I said, pulling out my wallet. Just for tonight. 60 cash, he mumbled, still scrolling. Checkout's at 11. I counted out 320s and slid them across the scratched Formica counter. He finally looked up, grabbed a key from the pegboard behind him, and dropped it on the counter. Room 113, end of the row. He went back to his phone. The key had a red plastic tag with the room number scratched into it. The metal was worn smooth from years of use. My footsteps crunched on the gravel as I walked to my car to grab my overnight bag. Room 113 was the last door on the right. The numbers were crooked, the 3 hanging loose on one screw, the key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it before the door finally creaked open. The smell hit me first, musty carpet and stale cigarettes, with an undertone of industrial cleaning products trying to mask it all. A queen bed with a faded floral bedspread took up most of the space. The wallpaper, some kind of beige and brown pattern, was peeling at the corners. A desk with a scratched surface sat under the window, and an old tube TV was bolted to a metal bracket on the wall. I dropped my bag by the door and checked the bathroom. The fluorescent light flickered a few times before staying on. Brown water stains circled the drain in the bathtub, and the toilet had a crack in the tank lid. But the water ran clear when I turned on the tap, and there were clean towels on the rack. "Just one night," I said out loud, trying to convince myself it wasn't that bad. "Just one night," a voice echoed back. I froze. The voice had come from behind me, but when I spun around, the room was empty. It had sounded exactly like my voice, with the same tired inflection. "Hello?" I called out. "Hello?" The echo came back, perfectly matching my tone. My heart started beating faster. I checked behind the curtains, looked under the bed, opened the closet door. Nothing. The room was empty except for me. "This is ridiculous," I said. "This is ridiculous," the voice repeated, coming from somewhere near the ceiling. I looked up. No speakers, no vents, nothing but textured plaster with water stains. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. I needed sleep. I took a quick shower, keeping one ear open for more voices, but heard nothing except the weak spray of water and the pipes groaning in the walls. The towel was thin and scratchy, but at least it was clean. "Time for bed," I muttered as I pulled on my t-shirt and sweats. "Time for bed," the voice echoed, and this time I was sure it came from the corner by the TV. "Stop it," I snapped. "Stop it," it repeated, louder this time. My hands were shaking as I checked my phone. No service. Of course. I walked to the door, planning to go to the office and demand a different room, but when I turned the handle, it wouldn't move. "Let me out," I said, yanking on the handle. "Let me out," the voice mocked, and now it was right behind me. I spun around. Empty room. The TV screen reflected the dim light from the bathroom, black and glossy like an eye. "This isn't happening," I whispered. "This is happening," the voice said, changing my words for the first time. Ice shot down my spine. I grabbed my bag and tried the door again. The handle wouldn't budge. I slammed my shoulder against it, but it felt like hitting a concrete wall. "Someone help," I shouted. "No one will help," the voice said, louder than mine now. I pounded on the door with my fists. "Hey, anyone out there?" "They can't hear you," the voice said, and now it was coming from multiple points in the room, like a crowd of people speaking in unison. The bathroom light started flickering, casting jumping shadows on the walls. The air felt thicker, heavier, pressing against my skin like a wet blanket. "What do you want?" I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "What do you want?" the voices asked back, and they were everywhere now, bouncing off the walls, overlapping each other. The TV clicked on by itself, showing only static. The sound mixed with the voices, creating a wall of white noise that made my head pound. "I want to leave," I shouted over the noise. "You'll never leave," the voices said in unison, and they weren't echoing anymore. They were speaking on their own. The room started to spin. The wallpaper pattern seemed to move, swirling and shifting before my eyes. The voices grew louder, talking over each other, some finishing my thoughts before I could speak them. "I need to," I started. "Get out, but you can't," they finished. "This isn't real?" "Oh, but it is. Please, stop. We're just getting started." My legs gave out and I slid down against the door. The voices were so loud now that I could feel them vibrating in my chest. They weren't just my voice anymore. They were men, women, children, all talking at once, all saying different things. "He's afraid," one said. "They're always afraid," another answered. "Should we show him? Show him what we are? What we became?" The bathroom light exploded in a shower of sparks, plunging the room into darkness except for the static glow of the TV. In that pale, flickering light, I saw them, shapes forming in the air, like smoke but denser, twisting into human forms. They had faces, or something like faces, features that shifted and melted and reformed. Dozens of them, filling every corner of the room, pressing closer. "You're tired," they said together. My eyelids felt heavy. The static from the TV seemed to be getting louder, mixing with the voices until I couldn't tell them apart. "Just sleep," they whispered. "No," I tried to say, but my mouth wouldn't move. "Sleep," they insisted, and their voices were inside my head now. The darkness at the edges of my vision started closing in. The last thing I saw was the shapes moving closer, reaching out with hands that weren't quite solid. When I opened my eyes, sunlight was streaming through a gap in the curtains. I was lying on the bed, fully dressed, my bag still by the door where I dropped it. The TV was off. The bathroom light was intact. The room was silent. I got up slowly, my head pounding. Everything looked normal. The same cheap furniture, the same stained carpet, the same peeling wallpaper. No shapes in the air, no voices. The door opened easily when I tried it. Outside, the parking lot was empty except for my car. The morning sun made everything look flat and ordinary, like a cheap postcard. I grabbed my bag and walked to the office. A different clerk was there, an older woman reading a paperback romance novel. "Checking out of 113, I said, placing the key on the counter. She looked up and something flickered behind her eyes. "How was your stay?" "Fine," I lied. "Just fine." She smiled, showing too many teeth. "They always say that," she said, but her lips didn't move. I ran to my car. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The motel looked the same as it had last night, run down, ordinary, forgettable. But for a moment, I thought I saw shapes in the windows of room 113, pressing against the glass, watching me leave. I drove straight through to Chicago without stopping. When I finally pulled into my driveway that evening, I had almost convinced myself it was just a dream, just my tired mind playing tricks on me. But sometimes, late at night, I hear voices starting to echo my thoughts. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see faces in the darkness, shifting and changing, waiting to finish my sentences. I don't stay in motels anymore. I don't drive at night. And I never ever talk to myself out loud, because sometimes the echoes answer back. My name is David Cooper, and I need to tell you what happened last Tuesday night. Even now, sitting in this motel room with the TV on mute, my hands shake when I think about it. The police don't believe me. My friends think I'm having a breakdown, but I know what I heard, and I know what I saw. It started at 11:47 p.m. I remember checking my phone as I walked up the driveway to my house, dead tired after a double shift at the hospital. I'm an ER nurse, and that Tuesday had been brutal. 3 car crashes and a shooting victim. My feet hurt, my back ached. All I wanted was to take a hot shower and collapse into bed. The porch light was off, which was weird. My roommate Jake always leaves it on when I work late. I pulled out my keys, the same set I'd used that morning, the same set I'd had for the 2 years since we'd moved in. The metal felt cold against my fingers as I lined up the deadbolt key. It didn't fit. I pulled it out, checked to make sure I had the right key, bronze-colored square head, third one on the ring, and tried again. The key wouldn't go in more than a quarter inch before stopping, like trying to force a puzzle piece into the wrong spot. "What the hell?" I muttered, pulling out my phone's flashlight. The keyhole looked normal. No damage, no signs of tampering. I tried the doorknob key next. Same result. It wouldn't go in. My first thought was that Jake had changed the locks without telling me. It would have been a dick move, but he'd been acting strange lately, staying in his room more, barely talking during our few interactions. 2 days ago, I'd heard him having a heated phone conversation at 3 a.m., speaking in whispers. I knocked on the door. 3 sharp raps. "Jake, you in there? The keys aren't working." No response. The house stayed dark and quiet. I knocked harder. "Jake, come on, man. I just worked 14 hours, let me in." The silence stretched for 10 seconds. 20. Then I heard footsteps inside coming toward the door. Relief flooded through me. "Thanks. I don't know what's up with these," I started to say. Still not yet. The voice from behind the door cut me off mid-sentence. My blood turned to ice water, because that voice, the tone, the pitch, the slight southern drawl I'd picked up from my mom, was mine. I stepped back from the door. My heel caught the edge of the welcome mat and I stumbled. The flashlight beam from my phone jerked wildly across the front of the house. "What?" My voice came out as a croak. "Who's in there?" "You know who." My voice answered back. "But it's not time yet. Go away." I pressed my face against the front window, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the glare. The living room was dark, but I could make out shapes. Our couch, the TV stand, Jake's gaming chair. Everything looked normal except for a dark figure standing motionless in the hallway that led to our bedrooms. "Jake?" I called out again, desperation creeping in. If this is some kind of prank, it's not funny. No answer from the figure in the hallway, but I heard more footsteps, these coming from upstairs. Multiple sets of feet moving around. I ran to the side of the house where Jake's bedroom window faced the driveway. Light spilled out through the gaps in his blinds. I could hear voices having a conversation, but the words were muffled. Standing on my tiptoes, I managed to peek through a small gap where the blinds didn't quite meet. Jake sat on the edge of his bed, head in his hands. Someone else stood in front of him, a tall figure wearing dark clothes. As I watched, Jake looked up and said something. The figure turned slightly, and I caught a glimpse of its face in profile. I fell back, biting down on my tongue to keep from screaming. Because the face I'd seen was mine. Exactly mine, down to the small scar on my chin from a childhood bike accident. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. A text from Jake. "Don't come home tonight. Not safe. We'll explain later." I typed back with shaking fingers. Who are they? Why do they look like me? 3 dots appeared as he started typing, then stopped. Started again. Finally. "They're you. All of them. From different times. Don't know how many. Been here since this morning. Said they're waiting for something." Another text came through. "The one that got here first said if you try to come inside before it's time, they'll have to stop you. Wouldn't say what that means." I looked back through the window. Jake was alone in his room now. As I watched, he got up and walked to his closet. He pulled out a duffel bag and started stuffing clothes into it. My phone buzzed again. "I'm getting out of here. They said I could leave. Meeting my sister in Sacramento. Don't try to come with me." "Wait," I typed. "What am I supposed to do?" "They said you'll know when it's time." I heard the front door open. Jake came out carrying his bag, not looking in my direction. He practically ran to his car, threw the bag in the back seat, and peeled out of the driveway. The taillights of his Honda disappeared around the corner, leaving me alone in the darkness. More movement caught my eye. Through the front window, I could see figures moving around the living room now. 4 of them. All wearing different clothes, but all with my face. One sat down on the couch and turned on the TV. Another went into the kitchen and opened the fridge. They were making themselves at home. In my home. I backed away from the house, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. This couldn't be real. I was hallucinating from exhaustion, or maybe I'd been drugged somehow at work. I'd heard stories of nurses getting dosed with patients' medications, but when I pinched my arm, nothing changed. When I closed my eyes and counted to 10, the house was still there, still full of copies of myself. I walked to my car on unsteady legs and got in. My hands shook so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I started the engine, I looked one last time at the house. A face, my face, watched from the upstairs window. I drove to the nearest motel, a rundown place called the Sunset Inn. The clerk barely looked up from his phone as he handed me a key to room 115. I've been here for 6 hours now, watching the sun rise through gaps in the dusty curtains. Jake hasn't answered any more of my texts. I called the police, but they thought I was drunk or high when I tried to explain. I called my mom, but it went straight to voicemail. I even called the hospital to see if anyone else from my shift was experiencing anything strange. Nothing. My phone shows 17 missed calls from my own number. Each time it rings, the same message appears on the screen. David Cooper calling. I haven't answered. I don't want to hear my own voice again, but I keep thinking about what they said. Not yet. When it's time. Time for what? The TV in my room is showing a news report about a multi-car pileup on the highway. They're interviewing witnesses. And there, in the background of one shot, I see myself. Not me now, sitting in this motel room, but another me, standing behind the reporter, staring directly into the camera, wearing the same clothes I have on. My phone buzzes, a text from my number. It's starting. Turn to channel 7. I change the channel. Another news report, this one about a fire at a chemical plant 2 towns over. They're showing live footage. Smoke pours from the building as firefighters spray water on the flames. And in the crowd of onlookers, I spot myself again. Different clothes this time, but unmistakably me. Channel 9. A bank robbery in progress. Police have surrounded the building, and there I am, standing among the spectators. Channel 4. A train derailment. Channel 11. A collapsed bridge. Channel 2. A shooting at a mall. Every station shows a different crisis unfolding, and I'm at all of them, watching, waiting. My phone lights up with another text. Now you understand. It's today. Everything happens today. The TV channels flip by themselves, faster and faster. My face appears on each one, over and over, always in the background, always watching. Another text. We're the witnesses. We have to be there, at every moment, to see it all happen. The channels blur together, fires, crashes, explosions, violence, my face watching it all. My phone vibrates continuously now, messages flooding in. It's our job, to remember, to record, to make sure it all happens the way it's supposed to. We've done this so many times, in so many places, in so many worlds. And now it's your turn to join us. The TV stops on a local news channel. Breaking news, a gas leak reported at the Sunset Inn Motel. Authorities are evacuating the area. The camera shows the parking lot filling with emergency vehicles. I smell gas. A final text appears on my phone. Time to go to work. Your first assignment is in the lobby. Someone's about to light a cigarette. I stand up. My legs move without my permission, carrying me to the door. I can hear sirens getting closer. Someone runs past my room, coughing. I know what's going to happen next. I know because I've already seen it, already witnessed it, already been there. I'm going to walk out this door. I'm going to stand in the parking lot. I'm going to watch as the motel explodes. And then I'm going to go to the highway and the chemical plant and the bank and all the other places where disaster waits. Because that's what we do. That's what I do. Over and over, in every time, in every place. We watch, we witness, we make sure it all happens according to plan. My hand reaches for the doorknob. Outside, someone flicks a lighter. It's time to go to work. I've been a realtor for 15 years and I've never lost money on a property. Until 2473 Maple Street. That house cost me my marriage, my job, and nearly my sanity. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened there. Maybe then someone will believe me. The first time I saw it was on a cold October morning. My boss dumped the listing on my desk with a smirk. Good luck with this one, Mike. It's been on the market for 2 years. Nobody can sell it. I should have known something was wrong when I couldn't find any records of previous sales. The property files only went back to 1982, when some company called Horizon Investments bought it. They never did anything with it. Just let it sit there for 40 years until they dissolved and the bank took over. The exterior looked normal enough. 2 stories, white paint peeling a bit, black shutters hanging crooked, Dead leaves covered the yard, standard foreclosure stuff. I've sold worse. I unlocked the front door and the hinges creaked. The sound echoed through the empty rooms. Cold air hit my face. The listing said the utilities were on, but the house felt like a refrigerator. My footsteps on the hardwood floors seemed too loud. Each room was empty except for dust and cobwebs. Typical layout: living room, dining room, kitchen downstairs, 3 bedrooms and 2 baths upstairs. I took measurements and photos for the listing. Everything checked out against the county records. 2,400 square feet, standard room dimensions. But something felt off about the proportions, like the inside was bigger than the outside should allow. I blamed it on the empty rooms playing tricks with perspective. Houses always look different without furniture. The master bedroom had a walk-in closet that smelled like old leather and mothballs. When I went to measure it, my tape measure showed 8 feet deep. But walking into it felt longer. I counted my steps, 12 feet at least. I wrote down 8 feet. The bank would want exact numbers matching the records. The basement door was stuck. I had to throw my shoulder against it 3 times before it opened. The stairs looked solid enough, but the first step let out a groan like someone being strangled. Each step down got louder, until I could feel the vibrations in my chest. The basement was unfinished. Concrete floors, cinder block walls, exposed pipes and wiring. A single bulb hung from the ceiling. It cast more shadows than light. I didn't stay down there long. Something about the corners of the room seemed wrong. The shadows looked too deep, like holes in the world. I told myself it was just poor lighting. Back in my office, I put together the listing. 4 beds, 3 baths, needs some TLC. Price to sell at $289,000. Below market value for the neighborhood, but who doesn't love a bargain? The first showing was 3 days later. Young couple, first-time buyers. We walked through the rooms while I gave my usual spiel about potential and good bones. That's when I noticed the first real change. The master bedroom closet was definitely smaller. 6 feet deep now, not 8. I measured 3 times to be sure. The couple wasn't interested. Too much work, they said. I understood. Most buyers want move-in ready. A week later, I showed it to a contractor looking for a flip property. The closet was 5 feet deep. The basement stairs screamed like they were being murdered when we walked down them. He offered $200,000. I told him I'd submit it to the bank, but they rejected it immediately. Hold out for full price, my boss said. No rush to sell. No rush, right. I started dreaming about the house. In my dreams, the rooms kept shrinking while I was in them. The walls closed in inch by inch. I'd wake up gasping, my heart pounding. My wife noticed I wasn't sleeping. You're obsessing over this listing, she said. Let someone else handle it. But I couldn't. Every time I tried to pass it to another agent, something came up. Scheduling conflicts, computer errors. Once, the signed transfer paperwork vanished from my desk between signing it and walking to the fax machine. The next showing was a single mom with 2 kids. The master bedroom was noticeably smaller. The closet was gone completely. Just a blank wall where the door used to be. I checked the listing photos on my phone. The closet door was clearly visible. But standing there in the room, the wall was smooth drywall. No sign a door had ever existed. The kids refused to go in the basement. Smart kids. That night, I went through the property records again. Horizon Investments had bought it from the estate of Robert Mills in 1982. Mills had lived there alone for 30 years after his wife died. Before that, the records were incomplete. Just fragments of deeds and tax documents going back to 1901 when the house was built. I found an old newspaper article about Mills's death. He'd been found in the basement, slumped in a corner. Natural causes, they said. He was 87. The article mentioned his wife had disappeared in 1952. No body was ever found. Mills claimed she'd left him, but neighbors said they'd heard screaming the night before. I started doing more research. Every owner before Mills had died in the house or disappeared. The longest anyone had lived there was 8 years. Most lasted less than 3. The next time I visited, I brought a contractor to look at the foundation. The basement felt smaller. The The shadows in the corners seemed to pulse slightly, like they were breathing. The contractor's flashlight beam seemed to bend away from the corners, like the darkness was pushing it back. He didn't notice. He was too busy looking at the ceiling joists. "Foundation's solid," he said, "but something's off with the dimensions. Room's about 2 feet shorter than it should be." I pretended not to hear him. That night, Sarah and I had our biggest fight ever. She wanted me to drop the listing, said I was becoming obsessed, said I wasn't the same person anymore. She was right. I wasn't sleeping, couldn't eat. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those living shadows in the basement corners. I hired a photographer to take new listing photos. The ones on my phone had changed. The rooms looked smaller in every shot, even though the timestamps showed they were the original photos. The photographer's camera wouldn't work in the house. Every shot came out black. He tried 3 different cameras. Same result. He left quickly, refusing to charge me. I never saw him again. His website disappeared a week later. The next showing was a disaster. Middle-aged couple looking to downsize. The woman took 1 step into the foyer and started crying. Just stood there sobbing while her husband tried to comfort her. I asked what was wrong. She couldn't explain. Just kept saying she felt something watching her. The master bedroom was half its original size now. The second bedroom had vanished entirely. Just a blank wall where the door used to be. The listing still showed 4 bedrooms. The county records still showed 4 bedrooms. But I was standing there looking at empty wall. I went down to the basement alone after they left. The shadows in the corners were definitely moving now, reaching out into the room like fingers of black smoke. The stairs screamed so loud on the way up that my ears rang for hours. Sarah left me that night. Said I needed help. Said she couldn't watch me destroy myself over a house. I tried to explain what was happening, how the house was changing, how it was consuming itself from the inside out. She thought I was having a breakdown. Maybe I was. I stopped showing the house, told my boss I was sick, told the bank there was no interest. But I kept going back. Had to document the changes, had to prove I wasn't crazy. The rooms kept shrinking. The shadows kept growing. The basement stairs screamed louder every time. I measured obsessively, drew diagrams, took videos with my phone. But every time I left the house, the evidence changed. Videos showed normal rooms. Measurements matched the original records. Only my memories stayed constant, and a growing certainty that something was very wrong with 2473 Maple Street. Last week, I went to the house one final time. The front door opened onto a single room about 10 feet square. All the other rooms were gone. Just smooth walls where doors and windows used to be. The shadows filled every corner now, writhing and pulsing. They seemed almost solid, almost alive. I heard whispers coming from the darkness. Couldn't make out the words, but they sounded hungry. The basement door was still there, still stuck. I put my hand on the knob. The whispers got louder. I felt hot breath on the back of my neck. I ran. My boss fired me yesterday. Said I'd been acting erratically. Said clients were complaining. I drove by the house this morning. It looks normal from the outside. White paint, black shutters, dead leaves in the yard. The listing is still active. Still shows 4 bedrooms, 3 baths, 2,400 square feet. But I know the truth. There's nothing left inside but shadows and screaming stares and hungry whispers in the dark. I'm leaving town tomorrow, going somewhere far away, somewhere the shadows can't find me. But I had to write this down first. Had to tell someone what happened at 2473 Maple Street. If you're a realtor and your boss gives you a listing for an old house that no one can sell, run. Run far and run fast. Some properties should stay vacant. Some houses want to stay empty. Some houses get hungry. And 2473 Maple Street is still waiting for its next victim. The old watch sits on my nightstand, ticking endlessly. 3:15 a.m., always 3:15 a.m. I've tried everything, Changing the battery, adjusting the hands, even smashing it against the wall. Nothing works. The hands always return to 3:15 a.m., and the ticking never stops. I should have known better than to buy a watch from that weird vendor at the antique fair. Now I can't sleep, can't think straight, and I'm starting to believe the watch isn't just broken. It wants something from me. It started 3 weeks ago. I was walking through the monthly antique fair downtown, killing time on a Saturday morning after another fight with Sarah. We'd been arguing more lately, mostly about my recent layoff and inability to find work. She said I needed to get my act together. I said she needed to be more understanding. Neither of us was wrong, but neither of us was really right either. The vendor's stall was tucked away in a corner, barely noticeable between a furniture restoration booth and someone selling vintage vinyl records. The old man behind the table wore thick glasses and a worn tweed jacket. His wrinkled hands carefully arranged various timepieces, pocket watches, wristwatches, even a few small clocks. One watch caught my eye immediately. It was a simple silver wristwatch with a black leather band, probably from the 1950s based on its style. The face was clean white with plain black numbers and two thin hands. Nothing fancy or ornate, just a classic timepiece that looked like it belonged on the wrist of someone who had their life figured out. "How much?" I asked, picking it up. The metal was cool against my skin. The old man smiled, showing yellowed teeth. "For you? $50. I checked my wallet. I had exactly $53 left until my next unemployment check. The responsible thing would have been to save it for groceries or gas, but something about the watch pulled at me. Maybe it was the weight of it in my hand, solid and reliable in a way my life wasn't at the moment. "I'll take it," I said, handing over the money. The old man's smile widened. He didn't give me a receipt or even a box for the watch, just wrapped it in a piece of brown paper and handed it over. As I turned to leave, he grabbed my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong for someone who looked so frail. "One thing," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The watch keeps perfect time. Don't try to change it." I nodded, assuming he was just proud of the watch's accuracy. I should have paid more attention to his exact words. The first day was normal. The watch worked perfectly, keeping exact time. I even showed it to Sarah when she came over that evening, trying to prove I could still make good decisions. She wasn't impressed. "You spent $50 on an old watch when you can barely afford rent?" she asked, shaking her head. "This is exactly what I'm talking about, Jack." I went to bed alone that night, Sarah having decided to go back to her apartment. The argument wasn't worth having again. I set the watch on my nightstand and fell into an uneasy sleep. The ticking woke me up. Loud, rhythmic ticking that seemed to fill the entire room. I opened my eyes and looked at the digital clock on my cable box, 3:15 a.m. Then I looked at the watch. Also 3:15 a.m. Nothing strange about that. I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep, but the ticking was impossibly loud. I grabbed the watch, thinking maybe the crystal was amplifying the sound somehow. The metal was ice cold. I set it in my dresser drawer and shut it firmly. The ticking continued, just as loud. I opened the drawer. The watch showed 3:15 a.m. I checked the cable box again. 3:47 a.m. That's when I first realized something was wrong. I spent the next hour trying to adjust the watch. The crown pulled out smoothly and I could move the hands freely, but the moment I pushed the crown back in, the hand spun rapidly back to 3:15. I tried removing the battery, but the back wouldn't open. I couldn't even find a seam or notch where it should open. The ticking continued all night. By morning, I had dark circles under my eyes and a headache pounding behind my eyes. The watch showed 3:15 a.m. despite bright sunlight streaming through my windows. I went back to the antique fair location, but it was empty now. Just a parking lot with a few scattered pieces of trash. The regular fair wouldn't be back for another month. I asked around at nearby shops, but nobody knew the old man or had ever seen his stall before. That night, I tried leaving the watch in my car. I drove to the restaurant where I was meeting Sarah for dinner. parked 3 blocks away, and locked the watch in my glove compartment. Throughout dinner, I kept checking my phone's time, waiting for 3:15 a.m. Sarah noticed my distraction. "Are you even listening to me?" she asked. "I'm trying to tell you about this job opportunity I heard about." "Sorry," I said. "Just tired. Didn't sleep well last night." When I got back to my car at 11 p.m., the watch was sitting on the passenger seat. The glove compartment was still locked. It showed 3:15 a.m. and the ticking was louder than ever. I drove home with the radio at full volume, trying to drown out the sound. It didn't work. The ticking cut through every song, every commercial, like it was coming from inside my head. That's when I tried destroying it. First, I tried dropping it from my 3rd-floor balcony. It landed on the concrete below with a small ping. When I went down to check, there wasn't a scratch on it. I brought it back upstairs and tried hitting it with a hammer. The hammer bounced off, leaving a dent in my coffee table instead. I filled my sink with water and dropped it in. The ticking continued underwater, perfectly clear. I left it there all night, but in the morning the watch was completely dry, sitting on my nightstand, still showing 3:15 a.m. I started sleeping in short bursts, never more than an hour at a time. Every time I woke up, no matter what time it actually was, the watch showed 3:15 a.m. The ticking got louder each night, like it was trying to tell me something. After a week, Sarah stopped coming over. She said my obsession with the watch was the last straw. I tried to explain what was happening, but the words sounded crazy even to me. She recommended I see a therapist and said we should take a break. I lost track of days. The constant ticking made it hard to focus on anything else. I missed 2 job interviews because I couldn't remember what day it was. The unemployment office left messages about mandatory meetings I'd forgotten to attend. Last night, something changed. I woke up at what my phone said was 2:58 a.m. The watch, as always, showed 3:15 a.m. But the ticking was different. Instead of its usual steady rhythm, it was faster, more urgent. I lay in bed, counting the minutes on my phone, waiting for actual 3:15 a.m. to arrive. At 3:14 a.m., the ticking stopped completely. The sudden silence was more terrifying than the noise had been. I watched as my phone's display changed to 3:15 a.m. The watch's hands began to spin backward, faster and faster. The silence was replaced by a high-pitched whine. The metal grew hot against my skin. I hadn't even realized I'd picked it up. I tried to drop it, but my fingers wouldn't release it. The room around me blurred. I felt dizzy, nauseous. The whining got louder until it was all I could hear. Then suddenly everything stopped. I was standing in the antique fair again. Same corner stall, same old man in the tweed jacket, but something was different. The air felt thicker, heavier. The other vendors and customers moved in slow motion, like they were underwater. The old man looked exactly the same, but his smile was different now, knowing, almost predatory. "Right on time," he said. "They always come back at 3:15. That's when it happened. When what happened? I asked, but I already knew. Memories that weren't mine flooded my mind. A different version of me, standing in this same spot 3 weeks ago. The old man offering the watch, me refusing to buy it, walking away, getting into my car. The truck running the red light at 3:15 a.m. as I drove home. "You died," the old man said simply. "This watch gave you a second chance. 3 weeks to set things right. But you wasted it, didn't you? Obsessing over the watch instead of fixing your life. Now time's up." I tried to run, but my feet wouldn't move. The watch burned against my wrist. The old man's smile widened. "Don't worry," he said, reaching for another watch on his table. "Someone else will get their chance soon. Someone else will buy a watch that never stops. Maybe they'll use their time better." The whining sound returned. The world spun again. I felt myself falling, or maybe rising. Direction had no meaning anymore. The last thing I saw was the watch face, 3:15 a.m. Now I'm here. I don't know where here is. Everything is dark except for the watch, which glows with a pale light. Still showing 3:15 a.m. Still ticking. I think I understand now. The watch wasn't broken. It was counting down. 3 weeks of extra time, a chance to make things right with Sarah, to find a new job, to fix my life. But I was too focused on the mystery of the watch to see the gift I'd been given. The ticking is getting fainter now. Soon it will stop completely, and then, I don't know what happens then. But I can hear voices at the antique fair, distant but getting closer. Someone else is about to find a watch that never stops. Someone else is about to get their second chance. I hope they use it better than I did. The ticking stops. My phone rang at exactly midnight again. The same number lit up the screen, 550194. I watched it vibrate against my bedside table, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. For 31 nights straight, I'd let it go to voicemail. Not tonight. I reached for the phone with a sweaty hand. The plastic case felt cold against my palm. My thumb hovered over the green answer button as the phone continued its mechanical dance across the wood surface. The brightness of the screen hurt my eyes in the darkness of my bedroom. Hello? My voice cracked. The line crackled with static. Then I heard it. My own voice, but wrong somehow. Distant, whispering. That was 6 months ago. I should start at the beginning. It started on a Tuesday in March. I remember because I had just finished my late shift at the hardware store. The first call came as I was unlocking my apartment door, grocery bags cutting into my fingers. The phone buzzed in my jacket pocket. Unknown number. I let it ring. Who calls at midnight? Probably a wrong number or a drunk friend. The next night, same thing. Midnight on the dot. Same number. I declined the call and went back to watching TV. By the third night, it was weird enough that I Googled the number. Nothing came up. I blocked it, but the calls kept coming through anyway. Different phones, same result. The number bypassed all blocks. After 2 weeks, I started recording the calls when they went to voicemail. Nothing but static every time. 30 seconds of white noise. Then the call would end. I played the recordings for my buddy Mike at work. Sounds like interference, he said, adjusting his orange apron. Or someone breathing real quiet like. I shook my head. Listen closer. I turned up the volume on my phone speaker. Mike leaned in. His eyes widened. Hold up. Play that part again. Behind the static, barely audible, there was something. A whisper. Words too faint to make out, but definitely there. I started losing sleep. Every night I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for midnight. The phone would ring, I'd let it go to voicemail, then spend hours replaying the static, trying to catch what the whispers were saying. My work started suffering. I kept zoning out while helping customers, mixing up inventory counts. My manager, Dave, pulled me aside after I knocked over an entire display of paint cans. You feeling okay, John? You look like hell. I rubbed my eyes. Just having trouble sleeping. Take a few days off. Get some rest. I didn't tell him about the calls. How could I? Hey boss, I'm sleep deprived because a ghost keeps calling me at midnight isn't exactly a professional excuse. The time off made things worse. With nothing else to focus on, the calls consumed me. I started recording them on multiple devices, running the audio through different apps trying to clean up the static. One recording seemed clearer than the others. I isolated a few seconds of whispers, adjusted the pitch, slowed it down. What I heard made my blood run cold. John, listen. Coming. My own voice. The exact same tone and pitch I'd heard in countless customer service recordings at work, but wrong somehow. Like hearing yourself underwater. I tried calling the number back during the day. The number you have dialed is not in service. Every time. I went to the police. Officer Martinez took my statement, but I could tell she thought I was crazy or pulling a prank. Let me get this straight, she said, tapping her pen against her notepad. Someone's calling you every night at midnight, never leaving a message, and you think it's yourself? I know how it sounds, but listen, I played her the cleaned-up recording. She shook her head. Sir, that could be anyone. Voice recordings are easy to fake these days. Unless you're receiving actual threats, there's not much we can do. I started taking sleeping pills, trying to knock myself out before midnight. Didn't work. The ring would jolt me awake every time, like my body was programmed to respond to it. After a month, I cracked. I had to know. That night, I sat in bed, phone in hand, watching the minutes tick by. 11:58, 11:59. My palms were sweating, heart racing. 12-hour, ring. I answered. The static was louder through the phone speaker. Then the whispers started. My voice, but not my voice. John, finally, listen carefully. Who is this? My real voice shook. You know who. Need to warn. They're coming. Who's coming? What are you talking about? More static. The whispers got fainter. 3 days. Don't trust. Look in the line went dead. I tried calling back immediately. Not in service. I didn't sleep that night or the next. I kept replaying the conversation in my head. 3 days until what? Don't trust who? Look in the what? The calls stopped. For 2 nights, nothing. No ring at midnight. Just silence. On the 3rd night, I paced my apartment, jumping at every sound. The AC humming, cars passing outside, a neighbor's TV. 11:59. My phone rang. Different number this time. I answered on the first ring. Static. Then clear as day, my voice. Look in the mirror. I turned toward my bathroom. The door was closed, but light spilled out from underneath. I hadn't left that light on. My feet moved on their own. Hand reached for the doorknob. I turned it slowly. The bathroom mirror showed my reflection, but as I watched, my reflection's mouth moved. Speaking words I wasn't saying. They're here. The lights went out. When they came back on 3 seconds later, my reflection was gone. The mirror showed only the shower curtain behind me. I spun around. The shower curtain was open. Empty tub. My phone rang again. Same number as always. Hello? My voice answered. Sorry, too late. The line went dead. This time for good. That was 6 months ago. The calls never came back. My reflection returned to normal. Life went on. But every night at midnight, I still lie awake, waiting, watching my phone, avoiding mirrors, because I know what's out there. Another me. A warning that came too late. A message I still don't understand. And sometimes when it's very quiet, I swear I can hear whispers. My voice, but not my voice, trying to tell me something important. I never answer unknown calls anymore, especially not at midnight. But last night, something changed. My phone lit up at 11:59 p.m., not with a call this time. A text message from that same old number that shouldn't exist. One word. Again. It's 11:58 p.m. now as I write this. My phone is on the table next to me. Screen dark. Waiting. I don't know if I'll answer this time. Part of me needs to know what the other me was trying to warn me about. What came through that night? What changed? But a bigger part knows some questions are better left unanswered. Some calls better left unmade. 11:59. The screen lights up. My number is calling. I reach for the phone. I first noticed the blue 1967 Chevrolet Impala 3 weeks ago. It sat there, right across from my driveway, its faded paint catching the orange glow of the setting sun. I didn't think much of it then. Old cars break down all the time in this neighborhood. But when I saw it again the next day and the day after that, always in the same spot but at different times, something cold settled in my stomach. The routine was always the same. I'd pull into my driveway after work, grab my briefcase from the passenger seat, and there it would be. That damn Impala, its chrome bumper reflecting the light like a crooked smile. Sometimes it showed up at 5:30 p.m. when I got home. Sometimes at 7 p.m. when I took out the trash, and once at 3 odd a.m. when I couldn't sleep and went to check the mail. My neighbor Jerry hadn't noticed anything unusual. Probably belongs to someone visiting family nearby, he said when I asked him about it. But I knew better. In 15 years of living on Cedar Street, I'd never seen that car before these past weeks. The first week, I tried to ignore it. Focus on work, on paying bills, on the leak in my kitchen sink that needed fixing. But my eyes kept drifting to the window, checking if it was still there. Sometimes it disappeared for hours, only to return when I least expected it. During the second week, I started taking notes. Monday, arrived 6:15 p.m., left 9:20 p.m. Tuesday, showed up 4:45 p.m., gone by dinner. Wednesday, 3 separate appearances, morning, afternoon, and late night. The pattern made no sense, but I knew it wasn't random. Nothing about this was random. I tried getting a look at the driver, but the windows were tinted dark. Not factory original tint. This was added later, probably illegal. The license plate was always caked with mud, making it impossible to read. Once I thought I saw movement inside, a shadow shifting behind the wheel, but it could have been my imagination. The third week, things got worse. I started having trouble sleeping. Every car that drove past my house made me jump. At work, I couldn't concentrate. My boss noticed and asked if everything was okay. I lied and blamed it on allergies. Then yesterday, something changed. The car arrived earlier than usual, around 4:30 p.m. I watched it from my living room window for 2 solid hours. No movement, no signs of life. Just that blue Impala, sitting there like a bullet waiting to be fired. At 6:45 p.m., I made a decision. If whoever was in that car wanted to watch me, fine. But now I was going to watch back. I grabbed my phone, already dialed to 911 just in case, and walked out my front door. The street was quiet. Too quiet. No kids playing, no dogs barking. Even the usual evening traffic seemed to have vanished. My footsteps echoed on the concrete as I approached the Impala. 20 feet, 15 feet, 10 feet. That's when I heard it. The engine turning over, a deep rumble that vibrated in my chest. The headlights flicked on, momentarily blinding me. By the time my vision cleared, the car was already moving, tires crunching against loose gravel as it pulled away from the curb. I ran after it, but it was pointless. The Impala accelerated smoothly, disappeared around the corner at the end of my street, and was gone. Just like that. I stood there in the middle of the road, heart pounding, sweat running down my back despite the cool evening air. When I got back to my house, I noticed something on the ground where the car had been parked. A small white envelope, perfectly clean despite lying in the street. My name was written on the front in neat block letters. Inside was a single piece of paper with 5 words. "We need to talk, David." The thing is, I never told anyone my name was David. I've gone by Dave since college. Today is the 4th week. Right now, I'm sitting in my living room, watching the street through a gap in the curtains. It's 4:15 p.m. The Impala should be here soon, and this time I'm ready. I've got my phone, a small camera, and a baseball bat by the door. I don't know what's going to happen when that car shows up, but I'm done being the one who's watched. The sun is starting to set. A car just turned onto my street, but it's not the Impala. Just Mrs. Henderson from 3 houses down, coming home from her bridge club. My hands are sweating. I wipe them on my jeans and check my watch again. 4:22 p.m. There's something I haven't told anyone, something I've been trying not to think about. 3 weeks ago, the day before the Impala first appeared, I received a strange email at work. It contained a series of numbers that looked like coordinates, and a time, 5:00 p.m. I deleted it, thinking it was spam. Now, I'm not so sure. 4:30 p.m., still no sign of the car. The street is empty except for a stray cat picking through someone's garbage. My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Coming soon. I consider calling the police, but what would I tell them? That I'm being stalked by an old Chevy? That someone knows my real name? They'd probably think I was paranoid or on drugs. 4:45 p.m. The light is different today. The clouds have moved in, thick and gray, making the street look like an old photograph. I hear thunder in the distance, a perfect setting for whatever's about to happen. Movement at the end of the street catches my eye. A blue flash in my peripheral vision. I turn my head so fast my neck cracks. There it is. The Impala rolls down my street like a shark through dark water. No engine noise this time. It must be coasting in neutral. It stops in its usual spot, right across from my driveway. The engine cuts off. Silence. I grab the baseball bat and my phone. My heart is trying to punch its way out of my chest. This is it. No more watching, no more waiting. I'm going to find out what this is all about. The driver's door opens with a creak that sounds like a scream in the quiet street. A foot appears, black shoe, black sock, then a leg in dark pants. I tighten my grip on the bat. A man steps out. He's tall, wearing a black suit that looks expensive. His hair is gray at the temples. He turns to face my house, and I nearly drop the bat. I know that face. It's my father. My father who died 15 years ago. He smiles, the same smile I remember from my childhood, and raises his hand in a small wave. My legs go weak. The bat clatters to the floor. "Hello, David," he calls out. His voice is exactly as I remember it. We need to talk about what really happened that night. I know which night he means. The night of the accident. The night I was driving. The night I left him there. My hands are shaking as I reach for the door handle. The truth I've been running from for 15 years is waiting for me in the street, standing next to a blue 1967 Chevrolet Impala, the same model car I was driving that night. I step outside. The air feels thick, electric. Thunder rolls overhead, closer now. My father, or whatever is wearing his face, waits patiently by the car. "Why now?" I manage to ask. My voice sounds strange in my ears, like it's coming from far away. "Because it's time," he says. "Because you're ready." He opens the passenger door of the Impala. The interior smells like leather and cigarettes, just like his old car used to smell. Just like the car I destroyed that night. "Get in," he says. "There's somewhere we need to go." I look back at my house, my safe, normal house with its leaking sink and unpaid bills. I could go back inside, lock the door, pretend this never happened, keep running. But I'm tired of running. I get in the car. The door closes with a solid thunk. The engine starts, that familiar deep rumble I've been hearing for weeks. My father, or whatever he is, slides behind the wheel. "Where are we going?" I ask. He puts the car in gear. "You know where." I do know. We're going to the accident site, the place I haven't visited in 15 years, the place where I made a choice that's haunted me ever since. The Impala pulls away from the curb. I watch my house disappear in the side mirror. Ahead of us, the street stretches into darkness, swallowed by the gathering storm. I don't know what's waiting for me at the end of this ride. Punishment? Redemption? Something else entirely? But as we drive through the darkening streets of my neighborhood, I realize it doesn't matter. Whatever comes next, at least I'll finally know the truth. The last thing I see before we turn the corner is my empty driveway, waiting for a return I'm not sure will ever come. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I held the single sheet of paper. The handwriting was unmistakably mine, the same slightly slanted letters, the way I crossed my T's with a longer stroke, even that weird curl I always put on my Y's. But I hadn't written this. I know I hadn't. I found it this morning on my kitchen counter, next to my usual spot where I drink coffee. At first I thought it was just a grocery list or one of my work notes. I live alone in my apartment on the 7th floor of a security building in downtown Chicago. Nobody else has a key. The deadbolt was locked when I woke up. The letter started, "Dear James, I know about Sarah. I know what really happened that night 10 years ago." My coffee went cold on the counter as I read it again and again. The paper was standard printer paper, the kind I keep in my home office. The ink was black, from what looked like the same Pilot G2 pens I use. Everything about it was familiar, except I had no memory of writing these words. I sat down hard in my kitchen chair, my legs suddenly weak. The morning sun coming through the window felt too bright, too exposing. I checked my phone, 7:43 a.m. I had to be at work by 9, but that suddenly seemed completely irrelevant. The letter continued. I know you told everyone it was an accident. That's what the police report says. That's what her parents believe. But we both know you were driving that night, not her. We both know you had been drinking at Mike's party. We both know you switched seats with her body after the crash, before anyone arrived. My throat went dry. I had never told anyone this. Not my therapist, not my priest during confession, not even in my private journals. This was the secret I had buried so deep I sometimes convinced myself it wasn't real. I got up and checked my apartment door again. Still locked. The chain was still in place from when I put it there last night. The windows were all closed and locked. I always checked them obsessively since moving to this high-rise 2 years ago. Nothing was disturbed. No signs of entry. The letter had more. I know about the money you've been stealing from work too. Small amounts, spread over 3 years. Always from the petty cash account you manage. Always just under the amount that would trigger an audit. $47,385 total so far. The spreadsheet where you track it is hidden in a folder called Old Tax Docs 2018 on your laptop. My legs gave out completely. I slid down against the wall to sit on the floor. The paper trembled in my hands as I kept reading. I know about the fake social media accounts you use to track Jessica, your college ex, how you monitor her photos, her check-ins, her relationship status, how you've used them to connect with her friends, building false identities so you can gather information about her life. I know you drive by her apartment some nights, just to see if her lights are on. The room started spinning. I felt bile rising in my throat. These were things I had never faced directly, even in my own thoughts. Reading them laid out so plainly made me feel exposed, dirty. I forced myself to stand up and went to my laptop. The folder was exactly where the letter said. Inside was the spreadsheet, documenting every dollar I had slowly siphoned from work. I never kept this information written down. I memorized the numbers and deleted any traces. But here it was, every transaction meticulously recorded. The letter went on. I know about the prescription pills you stole from your mother's medicine cabinet when she was dying of cancer. How you told her the nurse must have miscounted them. How you sold them to your coworker, Steve, whose wife was going through chemo. You convinced yourself you were helping him, but we both know it was about the money. My hands were numb now. The edges of my vision started to darken. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up, mostly bile since I hadn't eaten breakfast. The letter followed me, dropped on the bathroom floor, but still demanding to be read. I know about the lies you tell yourself. How you've constructed this image of being a successful, ethical person. The donations to charity that you claim on your taxes but never actually make. The volunteer work you put on your resume but never did. The stories you tell at parties about helping strangers that never happened. The carefully curated social media presence that hides who you really are. I splashed water on my face and stared at myself in the mirror. Same brown eyes, same early gray at my temples, same faint scar on my chin from a childhood bike accident. But I didn't recognize the person looking back at me. The letter had one more paragraph. I know all of this because I am you, not your conscience. Don't try to rationalize this as some psychological breakthrough. I am literally you, writing this letter from a place you can't understand yet. By the time you read this, the changes will have already started. The fractures in reality are spreading. Soon you'll understand what it means to truly face yourself. I'm not writing this as a warning or a threat. I'm writing it because it's what happened to me when I was you, reading this letter for the first time. I checked the date on my phone again. Thursday, May 15th. I went to my bedroom and pulled out my personal files. Sarah's accident report was there, dated exactly 10 years ago. My hands shook as I opened it, seeing her name. seeing the official cause listed as driver lost control of vehicle. I called in sick to work. I couldn't face people today. I spent hours searching my apartment for any sign of how the letter got here. I checked my computer for evidence someone had hacked it. I looked for cameras, listening devices, anything that could explain how someone knew these things. As the day wore on, I started noticing small things that weren't quite right. The numbers on my microwave clock seemed to shift slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. The shadow of my coffee cup on the counter didn't match the angle of the sun. When I tried to remember what I had done yesterday, the memories felt blurry, like photographs that had been photocopied too many times. I ordered delivery for dinner because I was afraid to leave my apartment. The delivery guy looked at me strangely, like he was seeing something behind me that I couldn't. When I caught my reflection in the window for a split second, it moved differently than I did. Night fell. I didn't turn on any lights. I sat in my dark living room, the letter on the coffee table in front of me. The city lights outside my window seemed to pulse with a rhythm that made my head hurt. My phone rang. Jessica's name on the caller ID. I hadn't talked to her in years. My hand shook as I declined the call. 2 minutes later, a text from her. "I know it was you." I blocked her number and threw my phone across the room. It skittered under the couch, screen glowing. When I got down to retrieve it, I noticed something carved into the underside of the coffee table. In my handwriting, Day 1. The room temperature dropped suddenly. I could see my breath in the air. The letter on the table moved slightly, though there was no breeze. I picked it up again, and there was new text at the bottom that I somehow hadn't noticed before. "Check your email. Now." I went to my laptop. There was a new email in my inbox, sent from my own email address. The timestamp showed it was sent 10 years ago, the night of Sarah's accident. The subject line, "When you're ready to remember." I didn't open it. I couldn't. Instead, I did what any rational person would do. I started drinking. I found the bottle of whiskey I keep for special occasions and poured a large glass. As I raised it to my lips, I caught movement in the glass, not my reflection, but someone else's face. My face, but older, harder, with eyes that knew things I didn't want to know. The whiskey tasted like water. I poured another glass. Same thing. I opened another bottle. Water. Every bottle in my apartment, all water. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My phone buzzed again. A text from my boss. "We need to talk about the accounting discrepancies." Another from an unknown number. "Remember what you did to me, James?" It was Sarah's old phone number. I recognized it instantly, though it had been disconnected years ago. The room started to feel fluid, like reality was melting around the edges. The walls seemed to breathe. I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment. When I checked the security camera feed on my phone, I saw myself walking past my door, over and over, from different angles. I ran to the bathroom and splashed water on my face again. In the mirror, my reflection waited a half second too long before mimicking my movements. I heard a voice behind me. My voice. But I wasn't speaking. "It's starting," it said. I spun around. Empty bathroom. But when I turned back to the mirror, I wasn't alone in the reflection. I saw myself, but also myself from different ages. Teenage me, middle-aged me, elderly me, all standing behind current me, all with the same knowing look in their eyes. The letter appeared in my reflection's hand, though I wasn't holding it. My reflection spoke. "Read the email." I ran from the bathroom. The apartment felt bigger somehow, the hallway stretching impossibly long. My laptop screen glowed in the dark living room, the email client open and waiting. My phone buzzed continuously now. Messages from everyone I had ever wronged, everyone I had ever lied to, everyone I had ever been, each one knowing everything I had done. The letter was everywhere now, taped to my walls, scattered on the floor, floating in the air. All identical, all in my handwriting. The words began to move on the pages, rearranging themselves into new confessions, new secrets, new truths. I heard my voice again, from everywhere and nowhere. Read the email, James. Remember who you are. Remember who we become. My legs carried me to the laptop. My hands moved on their own, opening the email. The screen flickered, and I saw my own face looking back at me through the display. Not a reflection. The me who wrote the letter. The me who knew what was coming. The email contained one line. Time is a circle, and truth is its center. The room dissolved. Reality fractured. I felt myself splitting into countless versions. Every choice I had ever made. Every lie I had ever told. Every truth I had ever hidden. All existing simultaneously. I understood then. I was the one who wrote the letter. I was the one who would write the letter. I was the one who had always written the letter. Time collapsed around me. I saw everything at once. Past, present, future. I saw myself finding the letter tomorrow, yesterday, 10 years ago, 10 years from now. I saw myself becoming the person who would write it, who had written it, who will write it. When my awareness returned to a single point in time, I was sitting at my kitchen table with a pen in my hand and a blank piece of paper in front of me. The sun was rising. It was morning again, or perhaps still, or perhaps for the first time. I began to write, Dear James, I know about Sarah. The cycle continued. The truth remained. The letter waited to be found. I heard my voice one final time. My real voice, my true voice, the voice of all myselves across all timelines. Now you understand. Now you can begin. I sealed the letter and placed it on the counter, exactly where I would find it, where I had found it, where I will find it. Then I waited for morning to come again. I wish I hadn't looked back that first time on the stairs. Sometimes I think if I had just kept walking, head forward, everything would be normal now. But I did look back, and now I can't stop seeing it. And lately, it started seeing me too. I moved into the Westbrook apartment 6 months ago. It's one of those pre-war buildings with high ceilings and creaky wooden floors. The kind of place where the radiators knock at night and the windows stick in humid weather. The rent was cheap because it's on the 5th floor and the elevator breaks down more often than it works. I didn't mind the stairs at first. I even thought of it as built-in exercise. The first time I noticed something wrong was on a Tuesday night in October. I was coming back late from a dinner with colleagues, around 11:30 p.m. The lobby lights were dim, like always. Mrs. Chen from 2B had been complaining to management about the burnt-out bulbs for weeks. I remember checking my mailbox, finding nothing but junk, and heading to the stairs. The stairwell lights worked on motion sensors. They'd flick on one landing at a time as you walked up. I got to the 2nd floor landing when I heard it. The sound of footsteps behind me. I stopped. The footsteps stopped too. When I turned around, no one was there. Just my shadow stretched out on the wall behind me, cast by the overhead light. I shrugged it off. Old buildings make noise. But when I started walking again, the footsteps resumed. Perfect echoes of my own steps just half a second behind. I walked faster. The footsteps kept pace. By the time I reached my floor, I was almost running. I fumbled with my keys, got inside my apartment, and slammed the door. I stood there in my dark entryway, breathing hard, feeling stupid. Obviously, it was just echoes in the stairwell. The building was almost a century old. The acoustics were weird. I poured myself a drink and went to bed. The next few days were normal. I took the stairs up and down without incident. Sometimes the elevator worked and I'd take that instead. But one night, about a week later, it happened again. This time I was heading down to meet a food delivery guy. 3 flights down, I heard those steps again. When I turned, I saw my shadow on the wall. But something was off about it. The proportions weren't quite right. The shoulders seemed too broad, the arms too long. I blinked hard and looked again. It was just a normal shadow. My shadow. I was tired, that's all. Working too many hours at the office. My eyes were playing tricks. But it kept happening. Every few nights, always after dark, Those footsteps would follow me, and each time, my shadow looked a little less like me. I started taking the elevator more often, even when it made that grinding noise I didn't trust. When it was out of order, I'd wait for other residents so I wouldn't have to take the stairs alone. One night in December, the elevator was broken again. It was almost midnight and the lobby was empty. I had to get home. I took a deep breath and started up the stairs. The motion sensors clicked on one by one as I climbed. Second floor, third floor. The footsteps started, right on cue. I kept my eyes forward, focusing on each step. Fourth floor, almost there. That's when I saw it, a shadow falling across the stairs in front of me. I froze. My own shadow should have been behind me, cast by the light from the landing below. But this shadow stretched out ahead of me on the stairs. As I watched, it moved, not following my movements, but on its own. The arms lengthened, the head tilted. I ran. I didn't care how much noise I made. I just ran, taking the stairs two at a time, fumbling for my keys before I even reached my floor. Behind me, the footsteps pounded, faster now, no longer in sync with mine. I could hear heavy breathing that wasn't my own. I made it to my apartment and slammed the door, locking both deadbolts. I stood there shaking, ears straining for any sound from the hallway. Nothing. Just the usual building noises, radiator pipes, distant TV sounds, someone's muffled conversation through the walls. After that night, I started ordering more groceries for delivery, working from home more often. Anything to avoid the stairs. But I couldn't stay in my apartment forever. Eventually, I had to go out. It was a Sunday evening in January when everything changed. I'd forced myself to go out for supplies. I was completely out of coffee and some other essentials. Coming back, I decided to take the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator, which had been making worse grinding noises lately. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I needed to face this fear. The lobby was empty as usual. The motion sensor lights clicked on as I started up. Second floor. I heard the footsteps start. Third floor. I kept my eyes forward, jaw clenched. Fourth floor. The shadow appeared ahead of me again, stretched out on the stairs. This time I forced myself to stop, to really look at it. The shadow was roughly human-shaped, but wrong in subtle ways. The fingers were too long, joints bent at unnatural angles. As I watched, it moved independent of me, turning its head to look back at me. I couldn't move. My legs wouldn't respond. The shadow began to rise up the wall, no longer flat but somehow gaining depth. I could hear sounds now, not footsteps, but a wet, sliding noise. The shadow peeled itself from the wall like wallpaper coming loose. First the hands, fingers unfurling. Then the arms, the torso, the head. It was like watching a photo develop in reverse. Instead of an image appearing on blank paper, the darkness was pulling away from the wall, becoming three-dimensional. I backed up, hit the railing. The shadow thing was fully formed now, standing on the stairs above me. It was tall, much taller than me. Its surface looked like black oil, constantly shifting and rippling. Where its face should have been, there were just deeper shadows, swirling like smoke. It reached for me with those two long fingers. I turned and ran down the stairs. I could hear it coming after me, that wet, sliding sound mixed with heavy footsteps. The motion sensor lights were clicking on and off as I passed each landing, leaving sections of the stairwell in darkness. I didn't dare look back. I burst out into the lobby and ran straight into Mr. Grayson from 3A. He caught my arm, steadying me. "Whoa there, everything okay?" he asked. I looked back at the stairwell door. Nothing was there, just the normal shadows cast by the lobby's dim lights. "Fine," I managed to say. "Just getting some exercise." He gave me an odd look but didn't press it. I waited until he left, then sat in one of the shabby lobby chairs until my hands stopped shaking. Eventually, I took the elevator up to my apartment despite the grinding noise. That night, I started researching the building's history. I found old newspaper articles about its construction in 1926. Nothing unusual. No tragic deaths or mysterious disappearances. Just ordinary urban history. Changing owners, rent disputes, renovation projects. I dug deeper, looking for any mention of strange occurrences in the stairwell. Nothing. I talked to Mrs. Chen when I saw her in the lobby. She'd lived in the building for 20 years. Had she ever noticed anything strange in the stairwell? She just complained about the lights again. I knew I couldn't be the only one who'd seen it. In a building this old, with this many residents over the years, someone else must have encountered the shadow. But if they hadn't left any record I could find. I started carrying a flashlight with me. I figured more light meant fewer shadows. It didn't help. If anything, the extra light made the shadow stronger, more defined. Now when it appeared, I could see more details I didn't want to see. The way its surface seemed to absorb light, the subtle movements that reminded me of breathing, the impossible angles of its joints. It began appearing more frequently, not just at night anymore, but during the day too, always in the stairwell, always starting as my own shadow before transforming into something else. Sometimes it stayed flat against the wall, sometimes it peeled itself off and tried to reach for me. I never let it catch me. I always ran. Last week something new happened. I was heading down to get my mail, taking the stairs because the elevator was making that grinding noise again. The shadow appeared ahead of me, as it often did now. But this time, when it peeled itself off the wall, it spoke. The sound was like water running over stones, like wind through dead leaves, like static on an old radio. All of these at once, forming words I could almost understand. I caught fragments. Finally, and so long, and stay. I ran, of course. But the words followed me, echoing in the stairwell. Can't run forever. It was right. I couldn't keep running. I couldn't keep living like this, trapped in my apartment, terrified of the stairs. I had to do something. That's why I'm writing this now. Tomorrow, I'm going to confront it. I've got my flashlight, my phone to record everything, and a crazy plan that probably won't work. I'm going to go into the stairwell at midnight. I'm going to let it catch me. Or try to catch me. I need to know what it wants. If you're reading this, it means one of two things. Either I figured out what's going on and I'm fine, in which case I'll follow up with what happened, or I didn't make it back to my apartment, in which case someone needs to know about the shadow in the stairwell at the Westbrook Apartments. Someone needs to know what's been following me, hunting me, waiting for me every time I take those stairs. And if you live in an old building with a dark stairwell, do yourself a favor. Don't look back when you hear footsteps behind you. Don't look too closely at your shadow. And if you see something move in the corner of your eye, something that shouldn't be there, take the elevator, even if it makes that grinding noise. The first time I saw him was on a Tuesday at 3:17 a.m. I remember the exact time because I'd just finished restocking the energy drinks. He walked in wearing a gray hoodie and kept his head down. At first I thought he was just another late-night customer, maybe a truck driver or someone working the graveyard shift like me. But he didn't buy anything. He just walked around for exactly 7 minutes, then left. The second time was Wednesday, same time, 3:17 a.m., same gray hoodie, same routine. 7 minutes of wandering through the aisles, no purchase. My hand stayed near the panic button under the counter the whole time. I've worked at Jerry's 24/7 Mart for 3 years now. The night shift pays better, and I need the money for my kids' braces. Most nights, it's just drunk college kids buying snacks or locals getting cigarettes. But this guy was different. By the third night, my neck muscles were so tight, they hurt. 3:17 a.m., the electronic door chime rang. I pretended to count the lottery tickets while watching him in the security mirror mounted above the drink coolers. Same gray hoodie, same slow walk through the aisles. 7 minutes. On the fourth night, I called the police. Officer Martinez came by around 2 a.m. Unless he actually does something threatening, we can't do much, she said, flipping through her notepad. It's not illegal to browse a store. But it's every night, same time, same guy, same routine, I said. She shrugged. Keep a log. Call us if anything changes. We'll drive by more often. I saw their patrol car pass twice that night before he showed up. 3:17 a.m., 7 minutes, no purchase. By the second week, I knew his pattern. He always entered through the front door, turned right and walked each aisle in sequence. He never touched anything, never looked directly at me, just walked, head down, hands in the pocket of that gray hoodie. I started taking photos with my phone when he wasn't looking. The images came out blurry. His face was always turned away or hidden by the hood. Jerry, the store owner, watched the security footage but wasn't worried. As long as he's not stealing or causing trouble, let him be. Probably some lonely guy who can't sleep. But lonely guys who can't sleep usually buy something. Coffee, magazines, snacks. This guy never did. On night 17, I brought a gun. Legal, registered with a concealed carry permit. I'd never owned one before, but the weight of it under the counter made me feel better. Not much, but better. I started checking the store more carefully before his visits, looking behind the shelves, in the storage room, under the counter. I didn't know what I was looking for. Cameras, maybe. Bugs. Something to explain why he was watching me. The security company added another camera pointing at the front door. The image was sharp enough to see his license plate if he drove up, but he always walked in from the direction of the highway. No car. Night 23. 3:17 a.m. But this time, something changed. He stopped in the middle of aisle 3, chips and snacks, stood there for a full minute, then walked to the counter. My hand gripped the gun. He pulled something from his hoodie pocket, a piece of paper, white, folded once. He placed it on the counter and walked out. 4 minutes instead of 7. The note was written in black ink, neat handwriting. You're being watched. I called the police. They came faster this time. Took the note, dusted for prints, found nothing. Asked more questions, took more notes, made more promises to patrol. I didn't sleep that day, installed new locks on my apartment door, bought cameras for the windows, called in sick the next night. But I went back. Had to. Bills don't pay themselves, and night shift pays time and a half. He didn't show up. 3:17 a.m. came and went. Nothing. Same the next night, and the next. A week passed. No gray hoodie, no 7-minute walks, no notes. The police lost interest. Jerry suggested moving me to day shift, but that meant a pay cut I couldn't afford. Then on a Monday, exactly 1 month after the note, he came back. 3:17 a.m. But something was different. His walk was faster, more purposeful. He went straight to aisle 3, grabbed a bag of chips, came to the counter. I could see his face now. Young, maybe 30, pale, dark circles under his eyes. $1. 89, I said, voice steady despite my racing heart. He placed $2 bills on the counter, looked straight at me. They're watching you because of what happened here 10 years ago, he said. My mouth went dry. What? October 15th, 2014. The night shift worker. The robbery. I knew about it. Everyone did. The clerk was shot. Died. Killer never caught. What about it? He leaned closer, whispered. Check the security footage from that night, the original tapes. Look at the customer who came in at 2:45 a.m. The police checked everything. Not everything. He grabbed his chips, turned to leave, stopped at the door. Your camera system, it uploads to a cloud server now, right? I nodded. Check who else has access. Check who watches the live feed at 3:17 a.m. every night. The door chime rang. He was gone. I called Jerry first thing in the morning, asked about the old security system, the footage. Those tapes are long gone, he said. Police took them all. Ancient history now. But I kept digging, called the security company, asked about our current system, the cloud storage, the access logs. They found something. Every night at 3:17 a.m., someone logged in, watched the live feed. Someone using an admin account created 10 years ago. The police got involved again, traced the login, found an IP address leading to a retired detective, the one who led the original investigation. They brought him in for questioning, searched his house, found files, evidence, things that should have been in police storage. The truth came out slowly. The detective had been there that night 10 years ago, not in uniform, not on duty. He'd walked in at 2:45 a.m., argued with the clerk about something, left. Came back with a gun at 3:17 a.m. The investigation was botched on purpose. Evidence disappeared. Witnesses were discouraged from coming forward. The detective retired a year later with a full pension. The guy in the gray hoodie, the detective's son, he'd found his father's files, the real security footage, had been watching his father log in every night to make sure no one ever discovered the truth, until he couldn't live with it anymore. They arrested the retired detective yesterday. He confessed to everything. The shooting, the cover-up, the nightly monitoring of the store's cameras to make sure no one else worked the pattern out. I'm still on night shift. The pay's too good to leave. But things are different now. At 3:17 a.m., I look up at the security cameras and know no one's watching anymore. Sometimes I see the guy in the gray hoodie walking past the store. He nods. I nod back. We both know what it's like to be watched, to watch, to wait for the truth to come out. The electronic door chime rings. A customer walks in, buys a coffee and leaves. Just another night at Jerry's 24/7 Mart. Just another shift that pays the bills. But I keep the gun under the counter, just in case. Some habits are hard to break. Some truths are harder to face than others. The clock reads 3:17 a.m. I stock the energy drinks and wait for morning. I don't drink coffee after 6 p.m. Never have, never will. That's why I know for certain I turned off the machine last night. But at 3:47 a.m., I heard it gurgling in my kitchen, again. The first time it happened 2 weeks ago, I thought I'd screwed up. Everyone makes mistakes, right? I got out of bed, walked to the kitchen, and turned it off. No big deal. The second time, 3 days later, I was sure I hadn't forgotten. I distinctly remembered unplugging it before going to bed. But there it was at 2:30 a.m. brewing away. I unplugged it again and went back to sleep. Last night was different. Last night changed everything. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment on the 4th floor of an old brick building in Boston. The kind of place where the radiators clank all winter and the windows stick in summer. I've been here 5 years, ever since Sarah left. The coffee machine was hers, a fancy Breville thing with too many buttons. She forgot it when she moved out, and I kept it because, well, free coffee machine. I work in IT security, which means I'm paranoid by nature. I double-check locks, use different passwords for everything, and never click suspicious links. So when my coffee machine started acting up, I noticed. I did what any rational person would do. I checked everything. The outlet wasn't faulty. The machine's timer wasn't set. The wiring was fine. I even called an electrician who found nothing wrong. Yesterday, I got home from work at 6:15 p.m., made dinner, microwave lasagna, nothing fancy. Watched 2 episodes of that new crime show everyone's talking about. At 9:30, I went through my usual routine, checked the doors, turned off all the lights, unplugged the coffee machine. I'd started unplugging it completely after the second incident. I even took a picture of the unplugged cord with my phone, just to prove to myself I wasn't going crazy. I fell asleep around 10:30. The sound woke me at 3:47 a.m. I remember the time because I checked my phone immediately, that familiar gurgling noise. But this time something was different. The smell. Fresh coffee was already brewing. My heart started pounding. I lay in bed listening. The machine shouldn't have been plugged in. Even if it somehow was, it takes at least 3 minutes to heat up and start brewing. This smell was too strong, too immediate. I got up slowly. The wooden floor was cold under my feet. The hallway to the kitchen was dark. It's only 15 feet, but it felt longer. The gurgling got louder as I approached. My hand shook as I reached for the light switch. The kitchen was empty. The coffee machine sat on the counter where it always did, plugged in, running. Steam rising from the carafe, but that wasn't what made my stomach drop. Next to the machine was my favorite mug, the blue one with a chip on the handle. It was full of coffee. Black, no sugar, exactly how I like it. I stood in the doorway, staring. My throat felt dry. The coffee machine kept gurgling, making more coffee even though the mug was full. The digital clock on the machine read 3:49 a.m. I walked to the counter. The mug was warm to the touch. The coffee inside was fresh, still steaming. I looked at the machine's reservoir. It was full of water. I hadn't filled it. My phone was still in my hand. I opened the Photos app, found the picture from last night. There it was, 9:30 p.m., the machine unplugged, cord dangling clearly in the frame. The gurgling stopped. The machine made its usual 3 beeps to signal it was done brewing. The kitchen felt too quiet after that. I unplugged the machine again. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the cord. The mug of coffee sat there untouched. I wouldn't drink it. Couldn't drink it. But I didn't pour it out either. I left it there and went back to my bedroom. I didn't sleep. I sat on my bed, door closed, listening for any sound from the kitchen. Nothing happened. At 6 a.m. when my alarm went off, I got up and went back to the kitchen. The mug was empty, bone dry, like it had been washed and dried. The coffee machine's carafe was empty too. No coffee stains, no residue, nothing to suggest it had been used. I called in sick to work. Spent the morning researching ghost stories about appliances. Found nothing useful. Called the building manager to ask if anyone else had reported strange things happening. He said no, looked at me like I was crazy when I tried to explain. Around noon, I went to Best Buy and bought a security camera. One of those wireless ones that connects to your phone. Set it up in the kitchen, pointing right at the coffee machine. I wanted proof. The rest of the day crawled by. I ordered takeout for dinner. Didn't want to spend much time in the kitchen. Kept checking the security camera feed on my phone every few minutes. The coffee machine just sat there unplugged, doing nothing. At 9:30 p.m., I went through my routine again. Checked the locks. Turned off the lights. Unplugged the coffee machine. Took another picture. The security camera was working, its small red light blinking steadily. I didn't go to bed. Instead, I sat in my living room in the dark, watching the security camera feed on my phone. Hours passed. Nothing happened. My eyes started getting heavy around 2 a.m. At 3:47 a.m., the feed went black. I sat up straight, suddenly wide awake. The app said the camera was still connected, but the screen showed nothing but darkness. I could hear the gurgling starting in the kitchen. My legs felt like lead as I stood up. The gurgling was louder this time, or maybe it just seemed that way in the absolute silence of the apartment. I walked to the kitchen doorway. The machine was running, steam rising. My blue mug sitting next to it, empty, waiting. The security camera was still there, red light still blinking, but when I checked my phone, the feed was still black. I watched as coffee began pouring into the carafe. Black liquid streaming down, filling the glass container. The smell of fresh coffee filled the kitchen. Strong, rich, exactly how Sarah used to make it. Sarah. A thought hit me so hard I had to grab the doorframe for support. Sarah had always set the machine to start at 3:45 a.m. She left for work at 4:30, needed her coffee first thing. I'd forgotten about that, had been trying to forget everything about her. The machine beeped 3 times. The carafe was full. I watched as coffee began pouring from the carafe into my mug, but no one was holding the carafe. It lifted by itself, tilted at precisely the right angle, filled the mug to exactly 1 inch from the top. Just like Sarah used to do. My legs gave out. I slid down the door frame until I was sitting on the floor. The carafe settled back onto the heating plate with a soft clink. Sarah? My voice cracked. No response. Just the soft hum of the machine's heating plate. I pulled out my phone with trembling hands, opened my contacts. Her number was still there. I'd never been able to delete it. I hit call before I could talk myself out of it. It rang once, twice, 3 times. Hello? Her voice, groggy. Do you know what time it is? Sarah, I swallowed hard. The coffee machine. Your old coffee machine. Silence on the other end. Then, John, is that you? Yeah. I stared at the mug of coffee on the counter, still steaming. Your coffee machine, it's making coffee at 3:47 a.m. every few days like it used to, for you. More silence. Then she sighed. John, are you drinking again? No, I'm sober. Have been since you left. I swear, this is really happening. The machine, it's like it's waiting for you. John. Her voice was gentler now. I'm in Seattle. I moved here 3 years ago. I'm married. You know this. I know. My voice sounded small. I know that. But the machine, get rid of it, she said. Throw it out. Buy a new one, or don't. You never liked coffee much anyway. Yeah. I kept staring at the mug. Yeah, maybe you're right. Take care of yourself, John. She hung up. I sat there on the kitchen floor until sunrise. The coffee got cold. The machine stayed silent. When morning came, I finally stood up, unplugged the machine, and put it in a box. I drove to the Goodwill Donation Center as soon as they opened. Handed over the box. Didn't explain anything to the teenager who took it. What would I say? Watch out. It makes ghost coffee at 3:47 a.m. On the drive home, I stopped at Starbucks, ordered a black coffee, sat in my car and drank it slowly, watching people walk by, living their normal lives where coffee machines don't turn themselves on and make perfect cups of coffee in the middle of the night. That was 3 days ago. This morning I woke up at 3:47 a.m., out of habit, I guess. The apartment was silent. No gurgling, no coffee smell. Just the normal sounds of an old building at night. I got up anyway, walked to the kitchen, turned on the light. The counter looked empty without the machine. My blue mug was in the dish rack, clean and dry. I picked it up, ran my finger over the familiar chip in the handle. Then I walked to the trash can and dropped it in. The sound it made when it shattered was louder than I expected. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what happened. The machine is gone now, probably sitting on someone else's counter. I wonder if it's still making coffee at 3:47 a.m., waiting for someone who isn't there. I think about calling Sarah again, telling her about getting rid of the machine, but I won't. Some things, once they're gone, should stay gone. Tomorrow I'm going to buy a new coffee machine, a simple one with just an on-off switch. And I'm going to set it for 8 a.m. like a normal person. But part of me knows I'll still wake up at 3:47 a.m., listening for that gurgling sound. Old habits die hard, even when you put them in a box and give them away. The first time I heard my name through the static, I dropped my wrench. It clattered on the garage floor, the sound echoing off the concrete walls. I stood there, staring at the old Philco radio on my workbench, my hands shaking. The voice had been clear despite coming through white noise. David. Just that. Just my name. I've worked on old radios for 20 years. They don't tune themselves. They don't whisper names through static. But this one did. And that was only the beginning. It started 3 weeks ago when I bought the radio at an estate sale in Millbrook. The house belonged to a deceased physics professor, Dr. Harrison Wells. His daughter Sarah was selling everything before moving to California. The Philco caught my eye immediately. A 1946 model 46350, beautiful wooden cabinet. Needed work but all original parts. A steal at $40. I restore vintage radios in my garage. It's what I do after my shift at the auto plant. Some people drink, some people watch TV. I fix radios. My wife Janet says it keeps me sane, gives me something to focus on besides assembly line work. She's probably right. The first week with the Philco was normal. I cleaned decades of dust from the chassis, tested tubes, replaced capacitors. Basic restoration work. The radio sat silent on my workbench, just another project among the dozen others I had in various states of repair. Then came that Sunday afternoon. I was soldering a connection when the static started. Just a soft hiss at first. I hadn't even plugged in the radio yet. I set down the soldering iron and checked the power cord. Not connected. The static grew louder. The dial moved on its own, sliding across the frequencies. Stop, static, move again, stop, static. My neck felt cold despite the garage's warmth. Must be picking up interference, I said out loud. Old radios can sometimes act as passive receivers, picking up strong local signals even without power. I'd seen it before, but the dial shouldn't move on its own. I grabbed my multimeter to check for any unusual current. The static died immediately. The dial stopped moving. Everything normal again. I stood there for a few minutes watching the radio, but nothing happened. Just another weird moment in the life of a radio restorer. I went back to work. That night, I dreamed about the professor who'd owned the radio. I'd never met him, but in the dream he sat at a desk covered in papers filled with complex equations. He kept looking over his shoulder at something I couldn't see. When he turned back to his work, his hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold his pen. I woke up sweating. Janet stirred beside me. "You okay?" She mumbled. "Yeah. Weird dream." The next day, I called Sarah Wells. Got her number from the estate sale contact info. "Hi, this is David Morton. I bought an old Philco radio at your father's estate sale." "Oh yes, I remember. The one from his study." "Right. I was wondering, did your father ever mention anything unusual about it?" A pause on the line. "What do you mean by unusual? Any strange behavior? Problems with interference, maybe?" Another pause, longer this time. "Dad was very protective of that radio near the end. Wouldn't let anyone touch it. Kept saying he was close to proving something." She cleared her throat. "But he was sick then. The cancer had spread to his brain. He wasn't making much sense. Did he say what he was trying to prove? Something about quantum entanglement and radio waves. I don't really understand physics. Look, I need to go. Good luck with the restoration." She hung up. I stood there holding the phone, staring at the radio on my workbench. It sat there innocently, just a beautiful piece of old engineering. That evening I worked late in the garage. Janet had book club, so I didn't need to worry about dinner. I replaced the last few capacitors and prepared to test the radio properly for the first time. Thunder rumbled outside. A storm was moving in. I plugged in the power cord. The tubes warmed up with their familiar orange glow. Static hissed from the speaker. I reached for the tuning dial, but it moved before I could touch it. The static grew louder, then softer, then louder again as the dial slid across the frequencies on its own. My hands felt ice cold. The fluorescent shop lights flickered as thunder cracked overhead. Rain drummed on the garage roof. The static changed pitch, becoming almost musical. Then, clear as day, through the white noise, "David." I stumbled backward, knocking over my tool tray. Screwdrivers and wrenches clattered across the floor. "David." Again, clearer this time. A man's voice, tired and urgent. "We don't have much time." "Who is this?" My voice came out as a croak. "Harrison Wells, the radio's previous owner. Please listen carefully." Lightning flashed outside. The lights flickered again. "This isn't possible," I said. "You're dead." "Yes, but this isn't a supernatural haunting, Mr. Morton. It's quantum physics. The radio, my modified radio, it's receiving signals across dimensional boundaries. The storm is providing the power surge I need to make contact." The static swelled and faded like waves. I found myself stepping closer to the workbench, drawn by the voice's desperate tone. In my dimension, I succeeded. I proved that consciousness can survive death by transferring quantum information through modified radio waves, but there were consequences. Dangerous consequences. "I need to warn..." The voice cut out in a burst of static. The dial spun wildly. "Dr. Wells?" Nothing but white noise. Then, "They're coming." They know I'm transmitting. You need to... Static again. Need to what? Who's coming? Destroy the radio, now, before they trace the signal. They'll follow it through, A high-pitched whine cut through the static. It drove into my skull like an ice pick. The radio's wooden cabinet began to vibrate. The tubes glowed brighter, impossibly bright. I lunged for the power cord, yanked it from the wall. The whine continued. The glow intensified. I smelled ozone and burning wood. The static formed words again, but not Wells's voice. Other voices, dozens of them, overlapping in a horrible chorus. Found it, found it, found it. Traced the signal coming through now. The radio's speaker cone bulged outward, distorting like something was pressing against it from inside. The wooden cabinet split along its seams with a sound like breaking bones. I grabbed my heaviest wrench and swung it at the radio. The cabinet cracked. I swung again, and again. The voices rose to a screaming pitch. The whine became unbearable. The radio exploded. I was thrown backward, slammed into my tool chest, sharp pain in my back. Wood splinters and vacuum tubes rained down around me. The garage plunged into darkness as the lights blew out. I lay there gasping, ears ringing. The storm's thunder seemed distant and unimportant now. Emergency lights kicked in, filling the garage with dim red light. Where the radio had been, black scorch marks spiraled across my workbench. The remains of the cabinet smoldered. The air smelled like burning copper and something else. Something chemical and wrong. I picked myself up slowly, checking for injuries. Just bruises and small cuts from the flying debris. I approached the workbench cautiously. The radio was destroyed, fragments scattered across the garage, but the speaker cone, somehow intact, lay face up on the scorched wood. As I watched, black liquid began seeping from its edges. The liquid moved wrong, flowing uphill, gathering itself into small pools that quivered and shifted like mercury. I backed away. The puddles of black liquid merged, grew, began taking shape, rising up from my workbench like oil being pulled by an invisible hand. The shape became a silhouette. Humanoid, but wrong. Too tall, too thin, limbs at impossible angles. It had no features I could make out, just a void in the shape of a person, darker than the darkness around it. More shapes rose up behind it. 3, 5, a dozen. The air temperature plummeted. My breath came out in white clouds. The first shape spoke, not with sound, but directly into my mind. The words felt like ice crystals forming in my brain. We have crossed. The way is open. Thank you for receiving our signal, David Morton. I ran, slammed the garage door behind me, sprinted through the rain to my house, called the police with shaking hands. They found nothing, of course, just the destroyed radio, the scorch marks, no black liquid, no impossible shapes. The officer wrote it up as an electrical fire, faulty wiring in an old radio, but I know what I saw. I know what came through. I drive past my garage now, too afraid to go inside. At night I see lights moving in there sometimes. Strange colors, impossible colors. I hear static on every radio in the house, growing stronger each day. And sometimes, in the deep hours of the morning, I hear voices calling my name through the white noise. Not Dr. Wells anymore, the others. The ones he tried to warn me about. They're getting closer. I'm writing this down because people need to know, need to understand. They're here now, in our world. They came through the radio, through the gateway Dr. Wells accidentally created, and they're spreading. Last night I heard my neighbor's old TV turn on by itself. Static, then voices, then screaming. I'm leaving town tonight, going somewhere without electricity, without signals, somewhere they can't follow. If you have an old radio, an old TV, anything that receives signals, destroy it. Don't listen if it talks to you. Don't answer if it calls your name. They're waiting in the static, waiting to come through, and they know your name too. My My first day working maintenance at St. Mary's was September 15th. The hospital had been closed for 8 months. City budget cuts. The property management company hired me to keep the place from falling apart while they tried to sell it. Simple stuff. Check for water damage, make sure nobody broke in, keep the minimal power running, that kind of thing. I didn't mind working alone. After 15 years fixing HVAC systems in office buildings full of people, the quiet was nice. The pay was decent, and I only had to check the place 3 times a week. The hospital sat on the edge of town, a plain 5-story brick building from the 1960s. Nothing special about it. Just another failing rural hospital that couldn't keep up with the bigger medical centers in the city. That first morning, I walked through the main entrance at 8 a.m. sharp. My footsteps echoed off the walls. The lobby still had that hospital smell, disinfectant and old linoleum. A layer of dust covered everything. The information desk, the fake plants, the rows of empty chairs. I pulled out my checklist and flashlight. The emergency lights cast a dim glow, but I needed the extra light to check for leaks and damage. First floor first, then work my way up. The maintenance office was just past the lobby. I dropped off my lunch in the mini fridge they'd left plugged in for me. The office would be my base of operations, a cramped room with metal shelving full of supplies, a desk, and a coffee maker. The previous maintenance guy had left detailed notes about the building's quirks, which pipes leaked, which circuit breakers were touchy, where the roof usually leaked when it rained. I headed down the main hallway on the first floor. My shoes squeaked against the floor. The sound bounced off the walls, making it seem like someone was walking behind me. I kept checking over my shoulder, but there was never anyone there, just shadows and silence. The patient rooms were empty except for the built-in cabinets and a few old privacy curtains. I checked each one methodically. No broken windows, no water damage, no signs of break-ins, just dust and quiet. The first 3 hours went fine. I worked my way through the first 2 floors, marking things off my checklist. A few minor issues to fix. A loose ceiling tile here, a dripping faucet there. Nothing major. Then I hit the 3rd floor. The elevator didn't work anymore, so I took the stairs. As soon as I pushed through the stairwell door, I heard it. The distinct squeak of rubber wheels rolling across linoleum, like someone pushing a cart or a wheelchair down the hall. I froze. The sound was coming from around the corner, maybe 50 feet away. Clear as day, that rhythmic squeak, squeak, squeak of wheels turning. Hello? My voice cracked a little. Someone there? The squeaking stopped. I pulled out my phone and called the property manager. Hey, Mike, anyone else supposed to be in the building today? No, you're the only one with keys besides me, and I'm in Florida. Why? Thought I heard something. Probably just the building settling. Better not be kids breaking in again. Check it out and call the cops if you need to. I hung up and pulled out my flashlight. The beam cut through the dim emergency lighting. My heart was pounding, but I told myself it was probably just the wind somehow, or my imagination. The hallway stretched ahead of me, lined with closed doors. The nurse's station sat empty in the middle, papers still scattered across the counter. I walked slowly, sweeping my flashlight back and forth. When I reached the corner where I'd heard the sound, I stopped. There on the dusty floor were fresh tracks. 2 parallel lines about wheelchair width apart cutting through the dust. They went for about 20 feet, then just stopped. In the middle of the hallway. I followed the tracks with my flashlight. They started suddenly like someone had dropped a wheelchair there, then rolled straight down the hall, and vanished. No wheelchair, no person, just those tracks in the dust. The hair on my arms stood up. I swept my flashlight around, but the hallway was empty. All the room doors were still closed. I walked to where the tracks ended and crouched down. The lines were crisp and clear in the dust. I touched one, definitely fresh. The dust was pushed aside in perfect wheel tracks. A crash echoed from somewhere down the hall. I jumped, banging my knee on the floor. It sounded like metal hitting tile. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice bounced off the walls. No answer. I stood up, my knee throbbing. Fight or flight was kicking in hard. Every instinct said run. But I had a job to do. If someone was in here, I needed to find them. I walked slowly down the hall, checking each room. My hands were shaking as I pushed open each door. Empty. 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 The crash had sounded like it came from the far end of the hall. As I got closer, I noticed the temperature dropping. The air felt thick, heavy, hard to breathe. The last door was closed. Room 312. I put my hand on the handle. Ice cold. I counted to 3 and yanked it open, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The room was empty except for an IV pole lying on its side. It must have fallen over somehow, but there was no dust on it. The metal gleamed like it had just been polished. I backed out of the room. My breath came in short gasps. This wasn't right. None of this was right. The squeak started again, right behind me. I spun around. Nothing. But the sound continued, moving away down the hall. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Slow and steady. New tracks appeared in the dust as I watched, like invisible wheels rolling down the corridor. I ran, sprinted for the stairs, took them 3 at a time until I burst out into the lobby. I didn't stop until I was in my truck with the doors locked. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone. I called Mike again. "I quit," I said when he answered. "What? What happened?" I tried to explain what I'd seen. It sounded crazy even as I said it. Mike was quiet for a long moment. "Look," he finally said, "I'll pay you double to stay on. We need someone watching the building. Whatever you saw, I'm sure there's an explanation." I almost said no. Should have said no. But double pay was double pay. And in the daylight sitting in my truck, it all seemed less scary. Maybe there was a rational explanation. Maybe the tracks were from before. Maybe the IV pole just fell over on its own. "Fine," I said, "but I'm bringing someone else with me next time." "Deal." I sat in my truck for another hour, watching the hospital. Nothing moved inside, no sounds, no wheelchair tracks appearing out of nowhere. The next day I brought Tommy from my old job. Figured having another maintenance guy along couldn't hurt. We went straight to the 3rd floor. The tracks were still there. Tommy saw them too. Said it had to be vandals somehow. We spent the whole day on 3, checking every room, every closet, every possible hiding spot. Found nothing. No wheelchair. No explanation for the tracks. But we kept hearing things. Squeaking wheels. Footsteps. Metal scraping on tile. Always just around the corner. Always gone when we looked. Tommy quit after that first day. Said he didn't care how much it paid. I stayed on. Don't ask me why. The money, sure. But also, I needed to know. Needed to understand what was happening in that hospital. Over the next 2 weeks, I documented everything. Took pictures of the tracks, set up motion sensors, brought in an EMF meter I bought online. The activity got worse. More tracks appearing, things moving on their own, the temperature dropping randomly. One day I found all the chairs in the waiting area stacked in a perfect pyramid. I started researching the hospital's history. Found an article about a patient who died on the 3rd floor back in '89. Guy in a wheelchair. Rolled himself out a window somehow. The article didn't say which room. Then last Thursday, everything changed. I was checking the 3rd floor again. The tracks appeared like usual, squeaking wheels and all. But this time they didn't stop. They kept going, turning down different corridors, leading me somewhere. I followed. What else could I do? The tracks led to room 312. The door was closed, ice-cold handle just like before. I opened it slowly. The window was open. Shouldn't have been possible, they were all sealed shut. But there it was, letting in the cold October air. And there, perfectly centered in front of the window, was a wheelchair. Old style. Rusted metal. Torn vinyl seat. Empty. I backed away, turned to run. But the door slammed shut. The wheelchair squeaked, just once. I yanked on the door handle. Locked. Somehow locked from the outside. Another squeak. Closer. I spun around. The wheelchair had moved. Now it was between me and the door. The temperature plunged. My breath came out in clouds. The overhead lights flickered. One more squeak. The wheelchair rolled forward an inch. I pressed myself against the door. My heart was trying to punch through my ribs. The seat of the wheelchair depressed slightly, like someone sitting down. I screamed, grabbed the IV pole that was still lying there and swung it at the wheelchair. It connected with a clang, knocking the chair over. The door clicked behind me. I yanked it open and ran. Didn't stop until I was outside. I called Mike from the parking lot, told him I was done. Really done this time. No amount of money was worth this. He tried to convince me to stay, said he'd hire a paranormal team, install cameras, whatever I wanted. I hung up on him. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back. Don't plan to either. But last night I heard something outside my apartment, a familiar sound. Squeak, squeak, squeak. When I looked out the window, there were 2 parallel lines in the fresh snow. They led right up to my door. I'm packing my bags now, moving in with my sister a few states over. But I know it doesn't matter how far I go. Those tracks will find me eventually. And next time, I don't think a locked door will stop whatever's pushing that wheelchair.